who the warden was at the time?
Boy, we went through so many wardens at a for a short period. It might have been when Judy Smith was still there. Then there was Kathy Jess.
Was it Ms. Eplet?
You know, it may I don't I would honestly have to know the time he was terminated. I wanna almost think it was still when I was the admin captain, but I could be wrong, and that would make it back 16 or 17.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I just don't remember when he was terminated.
That's okay. Thank you. Um, Sorry, I'm just trying to go through my notes.
Excuse me.
Were it Are you aware of anyone trying to discriminate against Ms. Ostrowski due to her being female?
Definitely not.
Are you aware of anyone trying to discriminate against her due to her age?
No.
Were you aware of her filing a case with the Equal Rights Division?
She's filed several throughout the years.
And just to clarify, you indicated you were not involved with the investigation that resulted in her termination.
That is correct.
And just to clarify, could you explain um, what happened with, just to clarify the that conduct report? Um, Actually, if we could maybe go back to that exhibit. I'm sorry, I gotta find the number. So
I think it's C64. Is that the one you're
oh,
talking about?
I think so. Yes. Sorry, I forgot to write that number down.
I
Yes.
think this one here.
Yeah. Thank you. So Mr. Tony, it's um at the bottom. It looks like it. Do you see where it says date copy given to inmate? And
Correct.
and then it has a staff name. So do you were you informed that the copy was given to the inmate on the 7th without that DOC 71, which is the notice or the rights?
Correct.
And it
Yes,
is
please give it to him without the accompanying documents.
and is it your testimony that because he was already given the copy without the rights, that was creating an error in terms of his due process rights? Is that correct?
Yes.
Just going to check one more thing, and I think I am done. I don't have any further questions.
What about you, Miss Ostrowski? Do you have any other questions for Mr. Tony?
Yes, just a few.
Go ahead.
Mr. Tony, you stated that you were aware with inmates with PREA. So if an inmate grabbed another inmate's upper inner thigh, what would be the process with that?
Objection, relevance?
You can answer. Go ahead.
If an inmate alleged that another inmate grabbed his upper inner thigh, then we would treat it as a potential sexual abuse, investigate it, um, and then go from there.
If it's a violation, would it be a violation of the Prison Rape Elimination Act?
The Prison Rape Elimination Act sets the definitions and the standards. It would be a violation of the 303 and potentially a crime.
Okay. And you stated that the upper inner thigh of an inmate that that would be a crime. So uh would the police department get contacted by you?
I did not say it was a crime. Um, I said it would meet the definition in the PREA realm of sexual abuse. We
Yes.
would call the police.
Okay. So there would be charges.
Objection, speculation.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll move on. Mr. Tony, you stated that the due process of that inmate, because DOC 71 form, now you're stating that that was the reason that the ticket had to be dismissed. Um, so you're stating that the due process for inmates is important, correct?
Objection, facts not in evidence.
You can answer. Go ahead.
Yes.
Okay, so
Well, but this was a confusing situation, so trying to boil it down to any one thing with several factors that came into this. The fact that we weren't able to do due process properly is definitely part of, those factors.
okay, so as a comparator to this inmate, complainants, the paperwork that was used to support her termination was filled out, as you noted, 6 months after her termination. So would that negate complainant's termination then?
Objection, relevance.
I guess I don't know that he actually said that the paperwork was filled out 6 months. I think that was what you said. Um, but I guess to her point, if there was some error with her the paperwork relating to her termination, would that affect her termination or her due process rights relating to her termination?
Because Ms. Epplett admitted that she filled that out.
Okay, I asked him the
Yeah.
question, let him answer.
Okay. Thank
I
you.
don't I don't know that it's an apples to apples comparison. We're talking about inmate due process in this case, and in your case, we're talking about employee discipline.
Yes. So, but you did emphasize that this inmate masturbating uncovered exposing complainant to this inmate's penis that was able to just be dismissed because a piece of paper was missing, the DOC 71, correct?
More or less, yes. I think
Yes,
that's simplifying it, but yes. But I also
yes.
think, I don't know if it's important or not, but we're talking about one conduct report out of many that you wrote that obviously weren't dismissed because you're not complaining about them. And,
Mr. Tony,
this
can
is
you
an
please not,
unfortunate circumstance,
Mr.
but
Tony, complainant, are you stating that complainant being exposed to an inmate masturbating his penis is an unfortunate event?
Objection. This is just
Is that not what
arguing.
you just stated?
You can just clarify
I was
your
referring to
answer.
the dismissing of the conduct report.
Not you weren't referring to complainant being exposed to an inmate's masturbating penis.
At that point in time, that circumstance, I was referring to the dismissing of the conduct report.
Okay, thank you, that's all.
Anything else, Attorney Sicard, for Mr. Tony?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Tony, for your testimony. I would just ask that you not talk to anybody about your testimony because we still have a number of witnesses to get to.
Okay, I will not.
Thank you.
Sure, bye.
Bye. Right, so now I believe our next witness is going to be Victor LeBron. We're just waiting for him to connect. And I'll just note now, I saw Ms. Keither connect, so I brought her into the hearing as well as Ben Hitchcock Ross. I saw connect again, so I brought them into the hearing now. I didn't. I just wanted to put that on the record that that's who the other two people are here. So we'll just go ahead and wait for Mr. LeBron to join. Like I said, I'm assuming he should be joining momentarily, I would think, since we had him subpoenaed to appear at 9:30 this morning, and it's just about 9:30 now. So as soon as he joins, we'll continue then.
Thank you.
I just have to fix my door here.
Okay. And I'm assuming, Ms. Ostrowski, you did serve Mr. LeBron to appear?
Yes, correct.
All right.
Would you like me to email you? I believe I have the email where he was served.
Um, well, we'll see if he does join. If he doesn't join, then I'll need it. But right now, um, it's fine for right now.
Okay.
Does Mr. LeBron still work for the Department of Corrections? Do either of you know that whether he does? Oh, you're
No,
muted. Oh,
He does not.
okay. All right. Well, we'll give him a few more minutes yet. If he doesn't appear, I don't know. I'm seeing it's about 20 to 9 now, or excuse me, 20 to 10. I know we don't have another witness until noon. Um, uh, we have Sarah Cooper subpoena to appear at noon. I'll give them a few minutes yet, and then maybe Miss Ostrowski, you can get to me the affidavit of service, because we'll have to decide what we want to do if he doesn't appear. And then, I don't know, Miss Ostrowski, were you planning on testifying? Because if he doesn't appear, what we can maybe do is get into your testimony, at least start it until Ms. Cooper joins, and then we can kind of take a break, take her testimony, and then depending on the how long she takes, and then with Cheryl Eplet coming back at 2, take them and then come back to you. But yeah, if you can get the affidavit of service to me, we'll have to take a look at that and decide. Because I actually have never had a witness who's been subpoenaed not appear at a hearing.
Right.
It's the first, and I know that there's a process to be done, but I don't know exactly what that process is to like enforce subpoena and things like that. So it wouldn't be something that we could do today. It would have to be something, and I'm assuming we might not even finish today anyway, kind of based on how we're going. But if you can get that to me, like I said, we'll give him a few minutes yet. Maybe he's just running late or having issues connecting or something like that. Um, and then if I would say maybe if he's not here by 10 o'clock, if you want to testify, Miss Ostrowski, we can get into your testimony then, if
Sure.
that
Yep.
works
I
for
would be
you.
willing.
Okay. So I have stopped the recording. None of this is on the record.
Oh, okay,
Um,
good.
yeah, because I didn't I didn't know, so I stopped the recording a few minutes ago. But
Oh,
if
perfect.
you want to take a break and maybe just come back, if, I'm going to just step away for a minute or two just to use the restroom. And if I see he appears, then we can start. But otherwise, if he doesn't appear by 10 o'clock, then we can move forward with your testimony, Miss Ostrowski. Then
Okay, and I'm just hitting send on the email
okay, sounds good.
from Winnebago County Sheriff's Department
Okay,
of the subpoena for Victor LeBron that was served.
okay, sounds great. Thank you.
It should be in your inbox. Thank you.
All right, I'll make sure to look for it. Like I said, I'm just going to step away for a second to use the restroom, and then I'll come back. I'll take a look at that, and I'll keep an eye to see if he does connect. So if he does, we can go forward then.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Ostrowski Urban and Attorney Zacard, are you guys there?
I'm
Yes,
here.
All right. Um, I'm going to go back on the record and just make a note then while we're on the record. So let me get the recording starting. All right, it looks like the recording has started, so we're back on the record. We took a break because we had Victor LeBron subpoenaed to appear at 9:30 this morning. It's 9:59, so almost 10 a.m., and he has not appeared. Ms. Ostrowski Irwin did forward to me the certificate of service, and I'm just going to share that on the screen because I don't think you've seen it yet, Attorney Zacard. But this is what the complainant forwarded to me. Actually, that's the second page. Sorry, the first page, the certificate of service does show that on February 14 to 2026 at 9:21 p.m. A deputy sheriff, I'm B. Exner, I believe, Exner, if I'm reading their signature correctly, does provide that they did serve the subpoena with witness check upon Victor LeBron, and they provided his date of birth here. Um, and like I said, the subpoena that I provided to you, Ms. Ostrowski, to have served on him, did require him to appear at 9:30 a.m. today. It is 10 o'clock now. Other than about a minute or two, maybe a little more than that, that I stepped away from my computer, I have not seen Mr. LeBron appear at all. Show up on my screen that he was waiting to appear. Um, I did look, I'm going to stop sharing right now. I did try to look into the statutes because, as I stated, I've never had a situation prior to today where I have issued a subpoena to somebody and that the subpoena has been served on the individual, properly served. We do have the certificate of service here showing that they were served and provided adequate notice, and then the person not appear. So I was looking up the statute. I believe it's section 885.11 or 11 of the Wisconsin statute that talks about disobedient witnesses, and it talks about their damages that are recoverable, attendance to compel, punishment in courts, and then there's a couple other striking out of pleadings and things like that, which I don't think apply in this situation. But because we're not a court, like I officially don't have the ability to hold someone in contempt. So my understanding, and I'll have to check on this, is I'm going to have some kind of legal proceeding started in, I would believe it would be Outagamie Court. But again, I have to do a little bit more investigation to figure this out exactly where he would then be ordered or held in contempt and then ordered to appear. Um, I mean, it's going to take me a little bit of time to do that. So we're going to have to hold the hearing open, at least while we can get that process going, and have that done. And I'll follow up with the parties in case there's any additional information I need from you guys in order to have that done. But like I said, I'll have to figure out exactly how to do that. And then once that process is completed and we get him to appear. Now, if he happens to pop up at any time today, I'll let you guys know. Like I said, I don't know if he just, um, I don't know, having issues or anything like that, but I just wanted to go on the record so that it's on the record that I did get the affidavit from you showing that he was properly served, and he hasn't appeared, and so we'll have to get um, that process going to have him appear at a later date. Off the record, I did ask Miss Ostrowski Urban if she wanted to move forward, at least with having her testify now, because the next witness that we had subpoenaed to appear is Sarah Cooper, and we don't have her subpoena to appear until noon today. So, Miss Ostrowski Urban, you said you would you're okay at least with us starting your testimony. I don't know that we'll get through everything. I'm not sure how you want to do this, just because I know you have a representative here. I don't know if it was your plan to have Ms. Keither ask you questions like on your direct examination. I know you said earlier that she is traveling, although she is connected, so I don't know if she's in a position where she can do that. What are your thoughts?
Um, let me see here. Oh, she's responding. Hold on one second.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, so how would it work with you questioning me, Ms. Brown?
I can definitely do that. I've done that in situations with unrepresented parties where, I ask kind of just general questions about the the complaint, but then give you an opportunity to kind of get into additional things as well that maybe my questioning doesn't get into. So if you're okay with doing that, I have no problem doing that here.
Absolutely. What I'm wondering if it would just be easier is if I could just go down my list of exhibits. I know they're lengthy, but I basically could just go through each of my exhibits and kind of give um like an explanation, or should we just try doing the questions and then I'll make sure um
Well, why don't I start just by asking you just some background information first, and then if you want to start going through the exhibits, we can do that. And then, time permitting, Attorney Zackard, if there's time, you can do your cross examination of Ms. Ostrowski Irwin as well. I do need to swear you in though, so if you'll raise your right
okay,
hand. Do you solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the testimony you will give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, you can put your hand down. And just for the record, could you state your name and spell it for me, please?
Cindy Irwin, CINDYIRWIN.
All right. And like I said, typically I start with the complaint. And I guess what I usually just start, just even though we are recording this by video, I can see you. Just for the record, though, I always like to just make sure that we have in there, related to the bases that you're alleging discrimination. So the first one you are alleging is discrimination based on your sex. So could you just tell me what your sex is?
Female.
All right. And then also discrimination based on your age. What is your date of birth?
4/23, 1973.
All right. Um, we're focusing in on the termination of your employment, but I guess first of all, your discrimination complaint is against the Department of Corrections, but specifically, there's been testimony that you worked at Oshkosh Correctional Institution. Is that correct?
Yes.
And during what period of time did you work there?
I was at Oshkosh for approximately the last 19 years of my 27-year career.
Okay. And um, what was the most recent position that you held at Oshkosh, employment position?
A sergeant in the open center.
And how long were you a sergeant?
Uh, 20, 25 years.
And you said you were in the open center? Is that what it
Oh,
was called?
yep, that was the unit.
And I guess what is that like? There's been a little bit of testimony. I think yesterday one of the witnesses was talking about that unit that you were on, but can you just kind of briefly explain to me what kind of unit that was?
Yes, it was on the west side of the institution, so those units were a little bit smaller. I would say there was about 160 inmates, 160 inmates on the open center. Um, and it was a sergeant, myself, and then one officer that managed the unit.
And as someone who managed the unit, what were your job duties typically?
Uh, Maintain the safety and security of the unit. Um, be observant of all of the inmates at all times. Uh, Passing contraband was a common thing, so just being alert and um, even if an inmate would come up to attempt to distract, kind of had to have your head on a swivel to be able to observe, even maybe when something was distracting you. I took a lot of pride in my job and maintaining a safe and respectful work atmosphere in the units that I worked. Um, as security director Tony had testified to, I was known throughout the institution as running what they would call a tight ship. So I enforced basically all of the rules, and that was somewhat rare. There were many staff that, if their conduct report would get dismissed, they would stop writing conduct reports, and that would lead to an atmosphere where inmates were breaking the rules, and staff would some staff would just ignore the rules being broken. Um, so when I came onto a unit, it didn't matter what unit it was in the institution. When I came on the units, the inmates knew exactly what I expected, that I enforced all the rules. Um, I would walk onto a unit, and if inmates would see I was working that unit, I would see inmates turn around and go back to their rooms, put their shoes on, take their do-rags off, get their IDs, put their IDs on around their neck properly. Um, Many staff were very lax, so they wouldn't address inmates having their IDs wrapped around their necks like a necklace, and inmates didn't have to wear proper shoes. So my whole point was, if there was an emergency, the ID had to be around your neck like a necklace so it didn't get lost. If I had to call an emergency for an inmate that passed out or something happened, their ID would be right with them, and I would be able to call the emergency in over my radio to health services supervisors and control.
All right, so you mentioned a little bit about conduct reports, and we had some testimony both this morning and yesterday about conduct reports. So, can you just kind of briefly explain to me what a conduct report is, and kind of the process in doing conduct reports?
Yes, conduct reports were they used to be paper form. Um, and if I can just bring this in, I'm sure it'll be objected to, but 2014, I had filed an ERD complaint because the supervisors were
You
shredding my conduct
it
reports.
I
Okay.
I I would object. I think that actually was in the preliminary determination deemed outside the scope of the hearing.
Yeah, and I mean, to the extent I don't necessarily want to get into too much about your previous complaints either, just because that's for the merits hearing. Like the allegation that's going to be at the merits hearing has to do with you filing previous discrimination complaints and then being terminated for that. So
Yes.
I don't really want to get into too much of that at this hearing.
Okay.
But that's fine. I mean, that can stay
Yep.
in the record about the shredding of conduct reports. But what were the conduct reports then?
So conduct reports were records of inmates violating the 303 inmate handbook. So there was this 303 handbook that every inmate received, and in this it had all of um the rules and the kind of the consequences for those rules being violated, whether a work rule or a inmate rule was a minor infraction or a major infraction. And so every inmate received those inmate handbooks or 303s, and a conduct report would be and like I had quite a few conduct reports dismissed over my history of working. It depended on the supervisor. Um, Many times conduct reports I would write, I mean, I would make sure these conduct reports were well supported with facts. I would give inmates quite a bit more latitude, I guess, because I knew that writing conduct reports was a risk. But like if an inmate violated the same rule, uh violated a rule once, and I would give them a verbal warning. They violate the same rule again, I would tell them you're getting a written warning. And with inmates, as long as they were respectful um and accepting of like the warning, we would hold a conversation and we would move on. But then if they kept violating the same rule, I would explain. It's like, okay, now you got a verbal on this date, a written warning on this date, a written warning on this date within a certain amount of time. I think usually it was like within 30 days. If they got uh warnings, then you could move to a conduct report. And sometimes the offense would deem it necessary to write the conduct report on the first offense of an incident. But I tried to give inmates opportunities to correct their behavior without going to a conduct report. And there were even times where in the Wix database, that's where we completed the conduct reports once they went electronic. Um, there were even times when I would, and Deb's telling me I'm talking too long, so I gotta shorten it up. Um, so But yes, in Wix, then you would submit the conduct report electronically. And there were even times when if an inmate came up and say he apologized, um, calling and supervisors were able to delete those conduct reports. So, um, I just want to make it clear that those conduct reports were able to be easily deleted by supervisors or returned to be corrected. Um, it was called return for service. So if I completed a conduct report, sent it up, and it went up for supervisor review or security director review, if the conduct report had an error in it or something, it could be returned to me for service.
Okay. Um, we heard some testimony today and again maybe yesterday about the conduct report that I think we had it as exhibit 64 that was dismissed. Complaint is exhibit 64 being dismissed. Let me just bring that up here just 1 second. I'm just going to share that on the screen.
Okay.
Um, with this exhibit, so is this the conduct report that you created for this incident involving this inmate?
Yes.
Okay. Um, and then I think based on your testimony, it would have went up to your supervisor to have proved. Is that correct?
It went to the security director for security director review.
So that was Mr. Tony that we heard testify today.
Yes, it was.
And then he provided the reasons why he felt that it wasn't well, I guess strike that, because there was testimony that somehow the inmate still received it though, correct? So after
Correct.
you you prepared this document, you provide it to the inmate then, or does that go through the process first before getting to the inmate?
No, the captain, I informed the captain via telephone of the incident with the inmate present, and I was directed by the captain to submit it as a major. So I submitted it for security director review, and you can see where security director Tony received this conduct report. He checked the boxes, so he would have read the body of the conduct report, and then he deemed it as a major and risk to it's kind of small because I have to be on my phone, but he checked, I believe, two boxes in the center of the document.
Right, and I can
Design,
make it
yep,
does that can you see that better then?
yep, a major offense and posed a serious risk, I believe the box is checked. And then you see below where the copy of the conduct report was given to the inmate. The inmate was informed of receiving this.
Okay. I just saw that Mr. LeBron has appeared. He's waiting in the lobby. So if you don't mind, I know we didn't get too far into your testimony, but we can pause your testimony. We'll go back to this 64 and we can get into other things then. But I'm going
Okay.
to bring Mr. LeBron in now and then we can take care of his testimony. So I'm just going to I'm going to stop sharing this document and then I'm going to bring him in.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. LeBron, can you hear me okay?
I can now.
Okay, can you turn on your video?
Yes, 1 second here.
Sure.
I have to move locations. I have a sick child at home, and from what I
Okay.
understand, you have to be alone, correct?
Yes, that's best so that there's no interruptions.
Oh, I can't guarantee the interruption. Best I can. And my apologies for being late.
Well, that's okay. Better late than never, I guess, because I wasn't sure what we were gonna do. If we'd have to go through like having you the subpoena enforced and everything like that. So I'm just glad that you joined now. Once you get your video on, then I'm gonna go ahead and swear you in. But right now, all I see is like a black screen.
Yeah, I'm changing locations at the moment.
Yep. Nope. That's fine. All right. Now we can see you. So once you're all set, if you'll raise your right hand. Do you solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the testimony you will give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, you can put your hand out. And could you just state your name and spell it for me, please, for the record?
Victor LeBron Jr., VictorLebron, Jr.
All right. And it sounds like you're connecting from your home because you did mention that you have a sick child. Is that correct?
Yeah, yeah,
And
and I didn't know how to download Teams and all that. I don't have an account with them, so but I figured it out.
all right. And so, other than the fact that you have a sick child in your home, is there anybody else where you're located right now? Then,
In my home or in my
yeah.
room? Right.
Are
In
you
the
in?
house, I
You're in a separate room though, with nobody there.
right. I'm in a separate room. If they come to the room, I'll know, and they know not to enter the room.
All right, sounds good. Do you have any kind of documents in front of you right now?
Just the subpoena.
Just the
Yeah.
subpoena. Okay. I can't really see it, but I'll trust you that that's what it says. Yeah, for some reason, oh, now it's clear. Okay. For a while, that's fine. Yep. Thank you for doing that. Um, did you review anything prior to your testimony here today? Any documents that you reviewed for any reason?
No, nobody's contacted me for anything except for this subpoena.
That was going to be my next question. Have you talked to anybody about your testimony either?
No.
All right. And you said you're in a room by yourself. Do you have a cell phone or anything like that? If so, can you just turn it off so that you're not interrupted or anything like that?
I would prefer not to turn it off. I could turn the volume down, but I got a sick child upstairs, and if they need to contact me for a
Okay,
I would like
that's
to have
fair.
it available.
That's fair. That is understandable. Just yeah, we just don't want like the phone going off or anything like that, or anybody other than your sick child communicating with you while we're going forward with the testimony today.
Okay.
Um, before you joined, I believe I heard you used to work for the Department of Corrections, but you're no longer an employee of the Department of Corrections. Is that correct?
Correct.
When was your last date working for the department?
Oh boy, I'd probably say maybe around March 2023, maybe. Sure. But I was gone admittedly between all that with my knee replacement and stuff. So
Okay. What was your position at that time? Your rank or your position?
Lieutenant.
Okay. All right. And we're gonna start. Miss Cindy Ostrowski Irwin is gonna have some questions for you about her discrimination complaint, and then Attorney Michelle Sicard might have some questions for you as well. So, if you don't understand their questions, let them know. They can always restate their questions, and if you can't hear us or anything like that, just let us know. They can rephrase and restate their questions. So whenever you're ready, Ms. Ostrowski, you can go ahead and begin with your questioning of the witness.
Okay. Um, can we go to C1, please, to start?
Sure, let me just bring that up um, on the screen just one second. And okay, let me share that. Can you see that document?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Um, Mr. LeBron, are you familiar with the respectful workplace policy?
Not anymore.
Would you uh, would you remember that the respectful workplace policy um included that the state of Wisconsin is committed to providing and sustaining work environments free from bullying, discrimination, harassment, hostility, and retaliation for reporting suspected violations of this policy?
I'm sorry. What was that?
Do you remember that the respectful workplace policy includes that the state of Wisconsin is committed to providing and sustaining work environments free from bullying, discrimination, harassment, hostility, and retaliation for reporting suspected violations of this policy?
Uh, I really, I don't remember everything, every policy and stuff like that verbatim. So unless it was right in front of me with the date on it, I can't say anything.
Well, it is right in front of you, Mr. LeBron.
I can't, I can't read it.
I think
Okay,
she
It's
was
that's
just
blurry.
reading the first sentence here in this introduction section.
What's the date
that's
of this document? When was this one put out? Because I don't want to agree to anything that I wasn't there for. I don't want to agree to
okay.
anything, acknowledge
Okay.
anything that,
Yep.
so
We'll move on. Can we please move to um
ask me a question. This is 14 pages and I only see 2 paragraphs.
yep, it's okay. We're moving on. I'm just looking to get uh because you were late, we had to sidetrack a little bit, so I rearranged my papers. So just looking for C66, please, Ms.
Okay,
Brown,
just
and that's going to be 2 pages.
okay, let me bring that up just one second. Okay, so I'm just gonna scroll down. It is a 2-page document. Um, this is the first page, and then this is the second page. And then Miss Ostrowski, where did you want to start with this document for the witness?
Mr. LeBron, did you recall in your January 21st testimony under oath that you did not recognize this conduct report?
I did not see it. I didn't recognize it.
I'm he answered it, but just for the record, if we're gonna have people, making statements about the previous hearing, we should have the transcript.
That has been provided. Um, it's complainant exhibit C86.
I don't
I
know
don't.
that I've actually received that document, like an actual copy of the transcript yet, though.
Okay,
Yeah, I don't have it either.
okay. But if we could look at the second page of this
Okay.
conduct report,
Okay.
Mr. LeBron, whose name is in the supervisor section who dismissed this conduct report?
I don't see any signature. Oh, okay. Down record of uncontested major disposition down there.
Yes.
That's my name.
So, and above your name, it states dismissed, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you recall what occurred with this conduct report? What, as far as why you dismissed it?
And I
Just
can
what's in
go,
the body of the
I was going to say, if you needed to read it to kind of refresh your memory, that's fine as well.
um. That's what was the question again?
Why it was dismissed or what led to it being dismissed.
I- You know, at the time, I don't know. Asking me to remember things from years ago. This is just the conduct report. Is there the inmate statement? Is there video? Anything for the evidence that was used? But these are all things that were used at the time, so I would have to backtrack and try to reassess my thinking process at the time for
Yeah.
the
Do you,
situation.
Mr. LeBron, do you recall calling the housing unit and asking staff to put a line through my entry on this inmate space card and mark dismissed on it? Per
I
Lieutenant LeBron.
don't recall that. If there's something like if you have something like this document with my name on it, you could put up. That'll help me remember.
Okay, let's move to C68, please.
Okay, just 1 second.
And just real quick here, I would like Mr. LeBron to uh inform me of what date he states in his email. Do you recognize, I'm sorry, I'll go back. Do you recognize this as an email you sent to Zanin, Deputy Warden Booker, Security Director Tony, and Warden Cheryl Epplett? Do you recognize this email?
Do I remember sending the email about you harass or threatening me to them?
Yes.
Yes, I remember sending an email saying you threatened me.
Okay.
That's
And
right
what was
there.
the, yes, what was the threat?
The threat was that this is coming back to you.
Okay.
And
And
this is what I'm thinking you meant with this litigation stuff.
yes. So
Yeah. So you're admitting to threatening me.
Nope, she's
the
not doing that. Just what's your next question, Miss Ostrowski?
so Mr. LeBron, you perceive complainant filing an equal rights division complaint as a threat and carrying out a threat?
Nope, nope. It's just a frivolous litigation.
This hearing is frivolous.
No, your complaints are.
Eh, objection to this arguing.
Yeah,
Ostrowski, you were cool with me when I was a blue shirt. The minute I turned into a white shirt and disagreed with you, you've been all over me. You've been using the DOC system to harass me, and I've been trying to stay away from it.
just Mr. LeBron, you don't have to make any comments unless someone is asking you a question. So Ms. Ostrowski, what's your next question?
What does that mean, Mr. LeBron?
What does what mean?
What you just said, that I use the DOC. What does that mean?
Objection, relevance.
You can answer, Mr. LeBron. Go ahead.
That means that before, when I was a blue shirt, you tried to get me involved in frivolous litigation and complaints that I didn't want to be involved in when we were cool. And then when I became a white shirt and disagreed with you on a conduct report, you took it personal and you started using the policies in the DOC to make threats, complaints. And I saw it firsthand because you were trying to get me involved when I was a blue shirt and I didn't want to participate. So I feel like this is backlash for that as well.
So you don't recall that the conduct report you dismissed contained at least 6 noted incidents of that inmate disobeying orders.
From your point of view, policies depicted differently between people. From your point of view, maybe, maybe not. I don't know. But that's why you wrote the conduct report and sent it up to me, and I did my job and reviewed it and did not
So I
follow.
Let him
As far as
finish.
you talk about civil rights, but here you were just blatantly abusing inmates' civil rights, nitpicking them, picking on them, treating them less than human and civilized. And that and the thing is that's what I saw out of that conduct report was you nitpicking the man sitting there just doing his time. And your conduct report did not support the other evidence that I probably investigated to see. So that could have been the inmate's statement or his contesting of the conduct report. He may have had more truth in his than you did in yours. The video may have showed something different. I don't know what exactly led to that being dismissed. Okay. But at that time, I followed the policy as perceived by me.
do you recall stating that you reviewed the camera footage and it did not support my conduct report?
I don't recall that because I would have said it if I did. I just use it as an example. So I would have. So you gotta understand that was years ago. Years
Do
ago.
you do you remember reviewing camera footage for every staff member who wrote a conduct report?
Objection,
No,
relevance.
so not.
You can answer. Go ahead.
I cannot recall if there was even a camera available for every incident a staff member wrote. So I can't say that I did.
So did I understand you correctly that enforcing the rules, you considered that nitpicking inmates?
No, no, not at all. No, I considered the way you sometimes did things was less than professional and courteous.
Okay. Speaking of less than professional, Mr. Tony, do you
I'm not Mr.
recall,
Tony.
or sorry, not Tony, LeBron. Um, do you recall being in a meeting with HR Director Tracy Fink, Officer Rathie, female, myself, and Administrative Captain of Oshkosh Correctional Institution, Captain Hensland? Do you remember that meeting?
Oh boy. That was even longer than this conduct report, correct? If that was like she was an employee. Oh, I'm sure there was a meeting. There was lots of meetings. So, like,
Do you recall that meeting being because that female officer reported you for sexual harassment?
Objection, hearsay,
I guess you can answer,
facts.
Mr. LeBron. Go ahead.
it wasn't about sexual harassment. Her complaint, I think, was that I kept catching her doing things wrong, getting other staff, and then she tried to flirt with me, and I told her, "Don't do that because I got daughters and a wife at home, and that doesn't work with me. So don't do that." So then I corrected her. Then she started crying. So then I unlocked the bathroom for her to go wash her face and take a break. And then we discussed it. And then when that didn't work, when she didn't get what she wanted, she tried saying I was harassing her, which was completely invalid. As a matter of fact, I want to say, I almost want to say, didn't Warden Cooper? I don't know. I want to say that maybe something with Warden Cooper came up with that. And I asked to be put in investigation for that because they wanted to give me a job instruction. I believe this is correct. Don't take my word for it, but I believe this is what happened. And I said no, because that stays on my file, and I did not do this. I am a happily married man. I don't flirt at work with anybody beside at all. Investigate it. And it was investigated, I believe. So, and I think that was even after what you're speaking about, maybe, if I recall correctly. Um, I think yes, because yes, she tried to harass sexually. She tried to flirt with me when I caught her lying about her location and not being in the post that she was supposed to be in. And I think I remember getting another officer to lie about it. That's what I caught Rathy doing, and that's why she complained, because I caught her in some wrongdoings.
So you do recall the meeting,
I'm recalling it now. Yes,
and you stated that Warden Cooper attempted to give you a job instruction for sexual harassment.
not sexual harassment. It was sexual harassment wasn't ever the thing. It was never sexual harassment. I don't know why you keep bringing that up, trying to put words in my mouth. That wasn't sexual harassment at all. I think it was just, she was complaining that she thought I was watching her too much or something.
Yes, that sounds more familiar.
Okay, so why are we putting words
So
in my mouth?
so you are familiar, you do remember me sitting next to that female officer as her representative, correct?
I don't. Oh, I don't know. I would have to see paperwork for that one.
Yeah.
I
Do you
don't.
remember Administrative Captain Henslin sitting next to you as your representative?
Must have been. I'm thinking.
Yeah. So you remember Henslin, but you don't remember complainant sitting across from you?
Objection, he didn't answer the question. He didn't say that. He said he was thinking.
I guess, can you say one way or the other, Mr. LeBron, whether or not the complainant was there as the
You know
female
what?
officer's representative?
Unless I'm 100%, I'm gonna have to go with I do not recall.
Okay. So as you stated, you recall that meeting occurring prior to complainant's termination, correct?
I I'm not 100% now. I don't know.
Okay. Do you recall that it would have been around 2021?
You know, you keep trying to put words in my mouth, so I don't know, and I can't keep giving you words to misconstrue. So I don't know. I can't remember exactly.
So on this email, can you please identify what's the date that you are reporting that complainant threatened you?
Uh, so you sent an email on the 28th. I'm trying to see if the phone call happened on another day or not. I don't know.
In the body of the conduct report, you state on, and then what's that date?
I don't have the contact report.
On, what's the date next to the word on in the body of your conduct or on the in the
This
body of
is
your email? I'm sorry, email.
Oh, the date next to the word on is
Yep,
7/28/22.
thank you. Um, Ms. Brown, can we please bring up exhibit C19?
okay, just one moment. Okay, C19 is on the screen. This looks to be 3 pages. So I'll
Yep,
just
we're
kind of
just
scroll real quickly just so you can see that. And then I think, Ms. Ostrowski, you were going to tell me where you wanted Mr. LeBron to look.
yep, in the top right corner of the incident date on that first page.
Okay, can you see that, Mr. LeBron, the right corner, the incident dates?
It says 7/28, 8/8, and 9/7 of 22.
Correct. So you did observe that the 7/28/22 date is there, which is the same as your email that you
Ob-
stated I threatened you.
Objection, the facts not in evidence. There's
I mean, the dates are the same. Would you agree with that, Mr. LeBron?
The on this incident date, yeah,
Yes.
that's the same as the email date. Yeah.
Okay.
Were you aware, Mr. LeBron, that you reporting complainant for threatening you, that that same date would be on complainant's disciplinary tracking forms that led to her termination?
Oh,
objection not in evidence.
I mean, I guess first of all, Mr. LeBron, do you have any I guess did you have any involvement in any kind of pre-disciplinary meeting or investigation that was involved or focused on the complainant?
um, unless I see my name on there, I can't recall. But they don't tell us when other people are getting disciplined and stuff like that, unless you're the one doing the investigation. And so, unless my name's on this, I had no idea about this. So,
Mr. LeBron, were you encouraged to retaliate against complainant?
no, never.
What
Is this your write up?
Yeah, it is, but I don't know that
Can I
she
see the rest of this?
I don't think she has any additional questions for you about it. So unless she does, what's
Can
your next question, Miss
but
Ostrowski?
I can get a copy of this now, right?
I don't know about that.
I mean, it's open, it's public records now.
Why would you want a copy of this, Mr. LeBron?
This is interesting because I'm trying to see what you're trying to say here. What you're trying, what happened?
Do you find this comical, Mr. LeBron?
No,
Objection, this is, I think we
Right.
gotta,
We're getting kind of off track. So what's your next question, Miss Ostrowski?
Mr. LeBron, did your personal feelings affect how you dealt with complainant?
no,
Did you dismiss complainant's conduct report based on your personal feelings?
no, never. I hated dismissing contact reports, okay? Because then that means the staff member was wrong. All right. That means that something was wrong with the report. I do not Dismissing contact reports is not something that should be happening. They should be written accurately and to the point, you know? So
Correct.
it's
Ms. Brown, I think it's important. Can we go back to C66?
Just 1 second. Let me move it around. So this should be C66 on the screen.
Mr. LeBron, can you read this or would you like me to read it to you?
the
Where
contact report.
are you talking about the description
Yes.
section? You don't need to read it out loud. If you just want to read it to yourself, that's fine.
Can you zoom in a little? Oh, I can.
Oh, sure. I can zoom in a little bit more.
Okay.
What justification would you give? You just said that you hated dismissing conduct reports. So what justification would you have to dismiss that conduct report?
Answer.
Objection. This is,
You can answer. Go ahead, Mr. LeBron.
As I answered the question before, my perception of the policy, the evidence that I had, whether I had video camera footage, the inmate's statement, other witnesses on the unit, I don't know what justification I could have used at the time, because I don't have all the tools now that I had then.
e-
Mr. LeBron, do you admit that there's um multiple points where it's identified where this inmate disobeyed orders?
I I would object to this not having it, there needs to be some clarification here.
Well, and I
Ms.
think he
Brown,
needed you to restate the question. I don't know that he heard you. So if you can just rephrase and restate your question, Ms. Ostrowski.
Mr. LeBron, are able to identify more than one point of in this inmate disobeying orders in the body of this conduct report?
See, that's a hard thing to do because this is written from your point of view. All right. This does not have the additional evidence or tools that I would need to make any kind of decision on this. See, this is this it's a question I can't answer.
Why would complainant's report not be believed by you?
Objection, facts not in evidence.
Yeah, I don't know that he has stated that. So you need to rephrase,
Yeah,
Ms. Ostrowski.
I don't,
Why, Mr. LeBron, why would you not consider complainant's report credible?
objection, this is, I don't think it's been established that this is his report or that he's had anything to do with this report. I would object on hearsay grounds.
Well, I don't think that, I mean, I would agree. Like, this is her report, I believe, Mr.
But
LeBron, right? Like, this is the report that she completed and
She
you
wrote it from her
reviewed
point of
after
sh-
she issued.
he, I'm sorry. I don't think this is his, I don't think he's on this report. That's what I was trying to object to,
Well,
is
I think his
hearsay.
name appears
It-
later, and I think there's
We
been
can scroll
testimony
down.
that he
Not,
reviewed it, correct?
okay, okay,
This
sorry.
That's
I,
that's what I mean. That's yeah. So this was so like I said, I don't have the tools right now that I used then to work on this report. So I can't give you an answer.
Mr. LeBron, when a staff member submits a report for service, what is your job? What was your job as a lieutenant when that conduct report came before you?
The way I perceived my job instruction was to review the conduct report, and you do one of two things when you investigate it. You either find out if it's true or you find out if it's not true. That's it. All right. You don't go in biased at all. You go in now with conduct reports, you know, some people, well, it does, I can't say what some people say. That's not hearsay. Me, I go in unbiased. I go in, right. Even, it's from one point of view. Uh, and that's all I could take from that report there. So to be fair, I have to use all the tools at my disposal to see what happened.
So in this conduct report, it's noted as the inmate stating, "I don't care, do what you want to do," to complainant when she addresses the inmate violating a rule.
Okay.
What about this conduct report
Again, there's
led
no
to you
audio.
dismissing it?
There's no audio. There's nothing that I can make any choice on here. I can't hear it. I can't see it. This is just your report, your words. That's it. I'm telling you, I can't make. I'm not going to make a choice right now on how I perceive that conduct report. I don't have the same tools as I did then.
So because you didn't hear the inmate say, "I don't care what you want to do, what you want to do," you remember that being the reason?
Stop putting words in
objection.
my mouth.
Yeah, that's not what he said, Miss Ostrowski. What he has said multiple times now is he doesn't have the tools with him right now to be able to look at a video and say, this is why I disagreed with it, or if there was statements. That's what he has said.
So, Mr. LeBron, so complainant's words were not enough to
That's
find this.
that's that's not what he's saying, Miss Ostrowski. I think we're kind of beating a dead horse here. Like, is there another question that you have? Because he has now said multiple times why he can't give you an answer as to why he dismissed this.
And Ms. Brown, respectfully, Mr. LeBron read through this conduct report just now, and it contains multiple reports of this inmate disobeying orders and receiving warnings,
From
and
your point of view,
the
from your
inmates
point of view
saying,
only.
"I don't care, do what you want to do." And Mr. LeBron is refusing to answer how he could have dismissed this conduct report.
Actually, he didn't. He explained that he looked at video. He believes he looked at video. He looked at witness statements. He doesn't remember back in 2022 what he reviewed, and he doesn't have anything else with him today to definitively explain why he dismissed it. That's what his testimony has been.
Yes. And Mr. LeBron, do you remember, did you review camera footage on every conduct report that staff submitted?
I answered that
Objection
already.
at, yeah.
Yeah, he said that he can't say that either because he doesn't know if there was always camera footage available for every incident.
Okay. If we could then move to exhibit C47.
Okay, just one second. Let me find it. So C47 is up on the screen. Again, it appears to be 2 pages. Um, Is there a certain spot you want him to look first, Miss Ostrowski?
Yes, um, the date that complainant responded to Mr. LeBron's mass email out to all staff regarding the exploded soda can.
Okay, so I think you can see both emails there. Yours is at the bottom here, Mr. LeBron, and then Miss Ostrowski's emails in response, if you just want to take a look at that.
So I'm looking at the date I sent the email and then the date that she responded to it. That's what you're telling me.
That's
Yeah,
what
yep,
Okay.
what's the
So
date
I
that
see the
I
dates.
responded?
You responded on June 28th,
And what was the year?
2022.
Okay. And as Ms. Brown just stated, the conduct report, exhibit C66, that was 2022, um, July. And so this is June
Well,
28th.
what was the month of
The conduct
the
report,
okay, the conduct report was when?
7/24/22.
Okay.
And then you just testified that the date that I responded to your exploded soda can email was June 28th of 2022.
Okay.
So, Mr. LeBron, how did it make you feel when you noticed I replied to your email replying to all?
It, I kind of thought it was unfortunate because you have a lot of misinformation in that email. You made a lot of assumptions that were not accurate, and you added to something when if it wasn't your mess, you didn't need to. But I didn't really care. It was sent to everybody, so that way, hopefully, as a group, this doesn't happen again to someone coming into work in the morning having to clean up
So,
someone else's mess.
so what was false about what I added to this situation?
You made assumptions about who took the picture. Um, and
So, who took the pictures?
I don't recall.
So, you're stating you did not go up into the tower to take the pictures?
I did not go in the tower to take the pictures
How did you receive the pictures?
on a camera.
So, did you send the camera up to the tower?
I don't know if I did specifically, but I know cameras aren't in the tower, so someone had to. So, so I don't know what you're getting at here, but this email was sent out on behalf of a staff member who did not have a computer up in the tower, who was going to send out an email themselves. I said, no, let me just do it. That way we could take care of it and hopefully get it solved. Okay. This staff member was on overtime. They were upset that they had to clean up someone else's mess and they wanted me to do something about it. I said, I will send out an email.
Did they send pictures from a cell phone?
I, I
Objection, speculation.
If you know, you can answer, Mr. LeBron.
absolutely not.
So, did you send the camera up to the tower to get these pictures taken?
I don't know who sent the camera up to the tower to get the pictures taken. I can't say definitively if it was me or if it was the shift commander or if the staff member from the tower called down to control and asked for the camera themselves. I can't remember exactly how. All I know is that it was on the camera.
Okay. Did you get investigated for sending out this mass email to all staff?
Not that I recall.
Do you recall any conversations with Warden Cheryl Epplett regarding you sending out this email?
Hmm. I don't recall.
So you don't recall any conversations regarding you sending out this email?
Oh, no. I
Objection.
mean,
Go ahead, sorry.
no, there was conversation. I just don't know exactly who I had conversation. I mean, I had conversation with you about it through email, obviously. But there's other people involved. There's lots of conversation about it. That's what the email was sent out for, to invoke conversation and hopefully stop people from leaving a mess behind for their coworkers.
And do you admit that the soda can exploded in the refrigerator, correct?
Objection relevance.
You can answer. Go ahead.
Did not explode in the refrigerator, exploded in the freezer.
Okay. So that was staff's fault then.
I don't know.
Objection.
You can answer.
I don't know whose fault it was. It's whoever's fault that left it in the freezer. It's whoever
Okay.
sold it brought it in. That's whose fault it was.
So did it upset you that I replied to your email?
I already answered that question.
Did you retaliate against complainant within a month later with that conduct report?
No.
And what made um January 21st, you stated that Mr. T chased Belak down the tunnel, begging him not to quit. That's paraphrased. Do you recall making those statements?
If it's paraphrased, I don't recall nothing. I need verbatim. I don't know if you
Do
got
you
it
re-
written down.
do you
I know
recall
Tony. I know Tony chased Belak down the tunnel before, trying to stop him from leaving for some reason. I don't know what the situation was. I was a blue shirt at the time, so I just saw, understood it was something that Belak did often. I guess I don't know.
Do you recall when you testified under oath on January 21st that you stated that as showing that Mr. T cared about his staff because he chased Belak down the tunnel when he wanted to quit?
That was just one.
Objection to this. We don't have the transcript, so we don't know exactly what it says.
I mean, I guess, Mr. LeBron, would you agree with what she stated there as your testimony during that hearing last month?
What was the question again? I don't.
Do you remember stating January 21st of 2026 that Mr. Tony was good to his staff and you used as an example him chasing Belak down the tunnel to get him not to quit? Do you remember making that statement?
I don't remember verbatim making the statement, but I do remember using it as an example of how Mr. Tony cared about staff,
Yes.
that he was willing to talk to them.
Were you aware of Mr. Tony mistreating any staff?
Ever.
Objection.
As a lieutenant for
Can I
working
count to
under
like 5 before I answer a question or something? Give you time to object?
what
That's
was that?
probably a good idea. Yeah, no, he asked if he should wait a few seconds to see if the attorney's going to object before he answers a
Oh,
question.
good idea.
Yeah, that
So
probably is a
sorry.
good idea. That's
I don't
okay.
mean to stress
Thanks.
you out.
Go ahead, Miss Ostrowski. Go ahead.
Okay. So Mr. LeBron, do you recall as a lieutenant, did you ever get any reports of Security Director Tony mistreating any staff?
Objection relevance.
You can answer. Go ahead, Mr. LeBron.
That kind of stuff would not come to me. That would go above me. Uh, but I've never received that I recall. I don't recall receiving a complaint about Mr. Tony.
As an officer, you said you were working with uh Officer Belak, correct?
Oh, I've worked with them as an officer. Yeah, I mean, not we weren't in a. I don't think we were ever on a unit together or anything like that. Like our posts, but I mean, I mean, work with everybody.
Yeah. Do you recall any um issues with Mr. Belak having a temper while at work?
I mean, temper. I don't know if I've ever seen him. I mean, I don't know. That's for interpretation. I don't know. I didn't think. And it's just. I mean, we're in a prison. You know, he was just Belak, I guess. I don't know.
What does just Belak mean?
Just his personality. You know, I mean, it was. He was always. His suit was always put together well. He always a little heavy on the cologne, I think, but you know, I mean, that was him. Uh, but that's just, I mean, you're asking my opinion of the guy. I don't know what to say.
No, not opinion. I'm asking you of what your observations were of working with Officer Belak.
But isn't that my opinion? Don't I have to form an opinion with my observations?
Mr. LeBron, as a lieutenant, do you recall supervising Officer Belak?
Not particularly, but I'm sure he was around. Like I've given him direction, I'm sure. So
Were you ever aware of uh, Officer Belak being investigated?
not off the top of my head that I can recall. But that doesn't mean no. It just means I don't remember any specific time. I don't remember.
Do you remember Officer Belak getting terminated?
I don't remember that. I don't recall that.
Okay.
Like I said, with everything else, that was years ago. I need something with my name on it and read
hmm
it so I can jog my memory. I don't know.
In let's see. Do you remember working with Rexford Smith?
Um, uh, yeah, I mean, like I said, I mean, everybody work with everybody. Yeah, I mean,
Do you know what unit he was a unit manager of?
I don't recall. I'm not sure. They move around sometimes, so I don't know. Hmm. I'm sure there was multiple units because the unit managers shuffle about sometimes. I'm not sure which one.
Do you recall do you remember the inmate hanging in X building?
I don't recall. I don't even know. I mean, which one? If there's more than one, I don't know. I mean, what
You
time
don't
and what?
do you not remember do you not remember how many inmates hung themselves in X building?
Objection relevance.
Can you
You
give
can
me a?
answer, go ahead.
I don't keep. I don't have those stats. I don't know per unit. I don't know per institution. I don't. All I know is that if there is one, we go and we save them.
Do you recall the one on August 8th of 2022 being saved?
I don't know. Was I even working that day? I don't know.
Okay. In your if we can bring up C uh 68, do we still have that up?
See, I don't think so. Let me go Okay, okay, this is C68.
Okay. Mr. LeBron, when you reported complainant for threatening you, why did you email the warden, the deputy warden, and the security director?
Because those are my higher ups and the supervisors or my bosses.
What did you want to happen to complainant?
To you?
Yeah, when you sent that email reporting complainant to the warden, the deputy warden, and the security director, what did you want to happen to complainant?
Why don't you just leave me alone and stop double guessing things and making, issues out of nothing?
So you claimed complainant threatened you, correct?
Yes.
So what did you want to happen after you reported this to them?
Didn't I just answer that? I
Was there
wanted you
any,
to leave me alone. I wanted it to stop. I wanted you to let me do my job, which was what you had a problem with, and to leave me alone, basically. That's it. That was it. Just wanted you to not threaten me. I didn't even want an apology. I just wanted to stop. That's it.
How did you perceive this as a threat?
It asked and answered.
you can answer, go ahead.
So when let's see, Sergeant Ostrowski asked, let me see, it's down here at the bottom. Something about a super user for Wix. She wanted to get a copy of a report or something, or the dismissal. Um, and then Sergeant Ostrowski then stated, "This is coming back to you." I stated, "What?" And again, she stated, "This is coming back to you." So that was my perceived threat, that she was going to get documentation and come back at me with it.
So you're referring to complainant filing a complaint against you.
No, I'm referring to the complainant stating, "This is coming back to you." Now, had you just filed the complaint, that's in the system. That's how it works, right? Even though I think a lot of yours are frivolous. But the thing is here, you didn't have to say that. You threatened me. You tried to intimidate me with your words, like you do with the inmates. You tried to poke at me, and no, I'm not going to do that. You know, so I just wanted you to leave me alone. I wanted them to talk to you, say, "Hey, what's the deal?" He did his job. Be an adult. Deal with it.
So if complainant completed that conduct report and it was factually based with
So your
the
whole case is
inmates,
based on this conduct report, on your harassment, because you didn't get your way on a conduct report? Because I
Just
mean, what's going on here?
can we let him talk, Ms. Brown?
typically, no, you want him we want it to be a question and answer type
Well,
thing.
ask the
So,
question.
well, you're not the one asking the questions, though. It's supposed to be Mrs. Strosky asking you
She needs to take
questions.
control of this.
Mr. LeBron, can you please share your feelings about complainant?
No,
What about complainants? What do you know about the complaints that the complainant has filed?
I don't recall.
What about the complaints that complainant has filed are frivolous?
That's just an opinion.
So if you do not recall what complaints that complainant has filed?
I don't have access to your complaints. I don't look them up. All I know is this one right now here That's it. I know the one you tried to get me to file before. I don't know what it was about because I didn't want to take any part of it. Um, so I just walked away from that one. But that's when I was in a blue shirt, even many more years ago. So I don't recall.
But you've held on to the fact that complainant files frivolous complaints.
Objection. It's
Sorry, I went too
not,
fast.
facts not in evidence.
You can answer, Mr. LeBron.
Let me see. Trying to figure out. I know you've come to me when I was a blue shirt for frivolous, in my opinion, frivolous litigation that you wanted to proceed on. And I didn't want any part of it because I didn't see the merit in it. It didn't seem legitimate to me, and I didn't want my name on it. And I can't recall exactly which one it was, but if you give me a list of all the ones you did, I might be able to point it out.
Do you recall stating that we got along when you were a blue shirt?
Yes, you did.
So what memories do you have that support that we got along when you were a blue shirt?
So when I first came to Oshkosh, I promoted as a sergeant, and you were very knowledgeable about certain things. But then what I saw more working with you later on was that you were very manipulative with your perception of rules. And it seemed like you would egg inmates on to the point that they would lose their cool and lash out because you would antagonize them. And that's when I started to distance myself from wanting to work with you.
Do you recall discussing with inmates how complainant nitpicked?
No,
Is that a no?
that's a no. I don't recall.
Did you ever communicate with inmates that you understood how they were feeling with complainant nitpicking them?
No, I can't understand how they're feeling. I'm not an inmate. I'm not in their shoes. There's no way.
Are you not, though, right now speaking for inmates?
Argumentative. Objection.
You can answer. Go ahead.
I don't know if I'm speaking for inmates per se. I'm giving you what I've observed, you know. So, but I
Are
think
you
staff should speak up for inmates if they see something wrong. I mean, if something is not happening, that's staff's job. We're there not only to incarcerate, but there to protect and teach these guys how to hopefully become productive members of society. That's why I did all of the
Yes.
extra programming I did. That's why I did all the training and kind of intervention programming with the inmates and stuff. So I wasn't just there security. I did programming and training as well for inmates.
So if a supervisor gives an inmate with the lower bunk, lower tier permission to go upstairs, should complainant not question that supervisor and allow the inmate to continue up the stairs?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I'm asking you a question.
What's the question?
If a supervisor gives an inmate with a lower bunk, lower tier restriction permission to pass contraband up to the second tier, should the complainant have allowed that inmate's safety to be jeopardized?
Objection. Facts not in evidence.
Yeah, I mean, I think is there I mean, I don't know how he's supposed to answer that. Like, is there a document or something that you have that you can show him on that? Because
He's not going to know anything of he's not going to recall anything. So I feel that we can rest. I believe we have gotten plenty here.
do you have any questions for him, Attorney Sicard?
I have a few just to clarify.
Okay.
Just, just out of curiosity, is a low bunk, low tier restriction the same as a no stairs restriction?
No.
Um, if a conduct report does not have a, do you know what a DOC 71 is? Do you recall what that
Not
is?
off the top of my head.
Okay. Do you recall uh like a notice of rights that have to be given to inmates?
I that must be all things done on intake during the intake procedure. I'm not
Okay,
sure off the top of my head.
okay. Um, were you ever, just to clarify, I think you might have answered it, but I just want to clarify. Did you participate in any, I don't know, that investigation regarding Ms. Ostrowski in late 2022 or 23?
Not that I recall, unless my name's on there. I
Okay,
don't I don't recall. Like the only interaction I have is what she's given me.
okay.
So
All right, thank you. And just to, how many if you recall an estimate, how many persons were housed at Oshkosh Correctional when you were there?
oh, it would fluctuate. So before COVID, we would be in like 2000 and I don't know, mid 2000s or so, and then down to I think the lowest we got was just below 2000, but I'm not 100% sure on that. I'm really guessing there.
And how many if you can guess, how many conduct reports were reviewed maybe in a week?
Of just Ostrowski's or
Just
altogether?
altogether.
Oh, well, to be honest, I don't know.
And were you a sergeant at any point? I think you did say that, but I just wanted to ask.
I was a sergeant.
Okay. If you wrote up a report that was a major conduct report, did you have any expectation of um, saying what would happen with that report?
No, not unless the supervisor called me back and asked what they wanted, or unless there was some kind of there's another thing that the staff could do with the inmates where there was an agreement on the unit for the day or something like that, where it didn't turn into a formal discipline. I'm not sure what it was, but no, once I wrote a conduct report as a sergeant, it was up to the lieutenants and the captains and above to do. I just reported it. Now, unless they sent down the option for a summary or something, but even then, unless the reporting supervisor asked me, what do I want? What do I think?
Mhm.
It was all in their hands, you know. So
I don't have any further questions.
Any other questions for the witness, Miss Ostrowski?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Mr. LeBron, did you just state that supervisors would call you regarding your conduct reports and ask you what you want?
no,
Objection, that's facts, not an evidence.
Well, you can just clarify that. Go ahead, Mr. LeBron.
I said I would only get a say in the discipline or something if the supervisors decided to call me. Once that counter report is out of my hands and submitted, I have no further say in it. It is completely out of my hands. It's up to the supervisors and the 303 or 306 or whatever it is, the administration rules to handle discipline and all that.
Do you recall how many supervisors would call you to ask you what you wanted as a disposition on a conduct report?
I don't remember ever being called it was just an instance if I were that's the only reason I would have input is if the supervisors called me.
But you do recall supervisors contacting you after you submitted a conduct report and asking you what you wanted.
No, I don't.
Okay, that's all, Ms. Brown.
Anything else, Attorney Zacard, for Mr. LeBron?
No, thank you.
All right, Mr. LeBron, thank you for your testimony. I would just ask that you don't talk about it with anybody. We still got a number of witnesses to get through for the hearing. So thank you for your time and connecting.
Right. Well, I have a question. So, like in the future, if I'm called back again and I need childcare or something for my child or something, who has to pay for that?
I don't know the answer to that. I've never had that come up. I don't know that there's any way that anybody can reimburse you for that, unfortunately.
Is there a way to submit requests for Miss Ostrowski to submit for that since she's the one calling these
I'm not
hearings?
aware of, yeah, I'm not aware of that being part of the law that would allow for that. No.
Okay. Um, thank you.
Sure, thank you.
I can leave now. Yes.
Yes, yep, you can disconnect. Thank you.
All right. Bye. Have a good day.
You too.
Bye. Thank you.
All right, so I see we got a little bit of time before um Cheryl Cooper's supposed to connect at noon. I don't know if you want to take a break now. I know yesterday we took a lunch break. It was a little bit later, but I don't know if you guys want to take a break now. And then we can come back at noon and have her testify, or if we want to go back into Miss Ostrowski, your testimony. Either way, I'm fine, but I'm just thinking we've got about 30 minutes. I know we won't get through your testimony in 30 minutes. So it might make sense if you guys want to take a break now to take a break now, come back at noon, have Miss Cooper testify, and then we'll probably get right into Miss Eplet coming back and finishing up her testimony. Does that work for everybody to take our break now then and come back at noon?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
please. Thank you.
All right, so we'll go off the record, then we'll come back at noon, and we'll, like I said, continue with Miss Cooper then at that point.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi there. It looks like we're just waiting for Miss Cooper to join. So as soon as she does, we'll get started then.
Okay.
Miss Cooper didn't have the link, so I sent it to her. She couldn't find it.
Okay. Excuse me. Okay, it looks like she is here, so I will bring her in. Miss Cooper, can you see and hear us okay?
I can hear you, but I'm having a hard time trying to get my camera on for some reason.
Okay.
I don't know why my camera's not turning on. Oh, let me.
Sometimes if you can't get it to work, I don't know why, but sometimes leaving and coming back works. But otherwise, if you go up to the top, there's a camera like icon towards the top of the screen, or there should be. You
Yes.
want to click on that and see if there's anything selected. When you drop down on there, does it give you an option for a camera?
Yes. And the thing is it's just not letting me turn the camera on. So let me try leaving and coming back.
Okay,
All right. Be right back.
sure. Right, let's. Now we can see you. Can you see us okay?
I can.
All right. Let me just get the recording started, I should say. All right, so we are back on the record after taking a break, and the next witness is here. Before we begin with your testimony, I do need to swear you in, Miss Cooper. So if you raise your right hand, do you solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the testimony you will give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
You can put your hand down. And could you just state your name and spell it for me, please, so we have it for the record?
Sure. Sarah Cooper, Sarahcooper.
And Miss Cooper, are you at home or are you at work connecting
I,
today?
I am at home.
All right. And are you alone wherever you're at in a room or anything like that? No
Yes.
interruptions?
Yep. Just my dog.
Okay. Do you have any documents with you today?
I do not, except for
Okay.
I have the subpoena. That's all I have with me.
Okay. Did you review any documents prior to preparing, or I should say, in preparation for your testimony today?
I did not.
Did you speak to anybody about your testimony?
Yes, I spoke with Attorney Zacard.
Okay. Um, do you um, do you currently work for the state of Wisconsin?
I am retired. I retired from the state of Wisconsin.
When was the last day that you worked for the state, or approximate? I don't know if you have the exact date.
So my last day of work, I think, was about like January 26th, but I was on the payroll with sabbatical leave through October of 2025. So January 26th of 2025, I think, was my last day of work.
Right. And what was your position at that time in January of 2025 when you retired or
I was
left?
I was the administrator of the Division of Adult Institutions.
Right. Um, we're going to start by having Cindy Ostrowski Urban ask you some questions. She's the one who asked that you appear here today. When she is done asking you questions, Attorney Michelle Sicard might have some questions for you, and there might be a few questions back and forth after that. If you can't hear us or don't understand a question, just let us know. They can restate the question or rephrase the question. Um, with that, Ms. Ostrowski, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Okay. Um, can we go to start with complainant exhibit C1, please?
Just one second. Let me bring that up on the screen. So C1 should be up on your screen now. It's a 14-page document. I can scroll through the whole document if you want, or unless, Ms. Cooper, do you recognize the document?
Yes, I do.
All right, you can go ahead, Ms. Ostrowski.
Ms. Cooper, do you remember the respectful workplace policy?
I I don't know if you're talking about this particular policy or if you're talking about the executive directive. Um,
How are the two different?
I don't know that I can answer that. I don't I mean, the executive directive comes from the Secretary of the Department of Corrections. I believe, but I'm not 100% sure, but I believe that this HR handbook comes from the Department of Administration.
And what is your understanding of both of those respectful workplace policies?
I mean, to kind of summarize them and put them in very quick layman's terms, it's both of them basically say that everybody has the right to work in an environment that is respectful, it is safe, it is free from harassment, retaliation, and bullying. I mean, that's
Okay,
really the gist of it in a nutshell.
perfect. Thank you. If we can move to C28, please.
Okay, just one moment. You said 28?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, so C28 should be on your screen. It's a 2-page document.
And if we
Oh,
could just go to the first page, the highlighted section right there at the beginning. Ms. Cooper, do you recognize this document as a termination letter?
Yes.
And do you recognize it as the complainant's termination letter?
Yes, that is your termination letter, is what it looks like to me. Could you just please just scroll down so I can see the bottom of it and who signed it, please? Okay. All right. Thank you.
sure.
And what is the date stated in this paragraph of when the DAI became aware of complainant's alleged misconduct?
The highlighted date,
Yep.
October 31st, 2022.
Okay. And can you just, that first sentence, can you just kind of summarize that as to what the DAI became aware of?
DEI became aware that you had accessed a number of WICS records pertaining to various inmates, and you had disclosed an inmate's personal health information.
Okay. And the date of that is,
Well, based on this particular document, I'm not sure. What I know from this document is that DAI became aware of it around October 31st, 2022, according to this letter.
perfect. Ms. Brown, can you please bring up complainant exhibit C43?
Sure, just one second. Okay, so C43 should be on your screen right now.
Ms. Cooper, do you recognize this as an email
Yeah,
being
this
sent?
looks like it's an email from Assistant Administrator Stephanie Hovey to Warden Eplet, and I'm sorry for interrupting.
Oh, no, it's okay. You answered the question. Um, what date was this sent?
This was sent on October 30th,
And what was the year?
2022.
Okay. And that first sentence after "I hope you're feeling better," can you please read that first sentence?
Sure. Sarah, and I'm assuming that's referring to me, asked me to write a 15807 regarding a number of statements that Sergeant Ostrowski provided as part of her ERD complaint.
Okay. And then can you summarize down below there's number 1, 2, 3. Can
Yep.
you please summarize those 3 points that were to be on the 15807?
Attorney Zacard, you're muted if you're trying to make an objection.
I would object. This is hearsay. She could just ask her what she instructed Ms. Hovey about?
Well, I
What
don't
did you instruct Ms. Hovey about?
I had asked Ms. Hovey to write the 15807 um, based on concerns that um, uh, medical information or personally private information had been shared by you outside of the department.
Anywhere in the body of this email is it mentioned about the HIPAA issue?
Not that I can see.
Were you aware of the HIPAA issue when you asked Ms. Hovey to write the 15807 on complainant?
I believe I was, yes. I believe that's why I asked her to write the 15807.
Okay. But you recall in this email, you're asking for, is this a separate 15807?
I'm not asking anything. I'm not sure why Stephanie was asking those questions of the warden. That I can't answer that because I didn't write this.
Okay. Do you recall asking Ms. Hovey to write a 15807 on
Yes,
complainant?
yes.
But you're not aware of any of these issues being included in that 15807?
I don't recall this at all, but that's not to say that didn't I didn't know about it. I just don't remember that. I remember the concern about the HIPAA violation.
Okay, perfect. Can we please move to complainant exhibit C18, please?
Okay, so C18 is on the screen. I'll make it a little bit smaller. So it's multiple pages. I can keep scrolling down. Is there a certain page, Miss Ostrowski, you want her to look at?
Yes, we'll start at page 1
Okay.
and then we will move to page 2.
All right. Let's start at page 1 then. Can you see that okay?
I can, thank you.
Ms. Cooper, are you familiar with this form being filled out?
Yes.
Can you please read the title of this form?
This is a privacy breach incident without PHI report by supervisor.
Okay, and then if you can move down, who is the reporting supervisor on this report?
That's Cheryl Eplett. She was the warden of the institution you were working at.
Okay. Was I working at the institution at the time of this form being completed?
Oh, I'm not sure. I don't know.
Okay. So, do you recall directing Cheryl Eplett to complete this form?
I don't think I directed her to do that. But I may have, but I don't know that I directed her to do that. Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. I'm not sure.
Did you have any conversations with Linda Eggert regarding this form being filled out?
I don't recall.
Okay. If we can then look if we can move down a little bit
Okay.
and Ms. Cooper, description of incidents. What does it state under description of incidents?
It says around October 13th, 2023.
So do you recall when we had exhibit C28 complainant's termination letter, complainant was terminated and the date of termination, I know we didn't look specifically at that, but it was 4/24/22 or 23. I'm sorry,
Right.
4/24/23. So, Ms. Cooper, how can the description of incidents on this breach incident without PHI be 6 months after complainant was terminated.
Yeah, that to me, this appears to be a pretty clear case of a typo where that probably should have said around October 13th, 2022. That's what it looks like to me, is this is a typo.
Okay. Um, do you recall that this document was completed days before complainant's WERC hearing?
Objection relevance.
You can answer.
No, I wasn't aware.
So you were not aware that complainant's WERC hearing was on October 25th of
I was not aware.
2023?
No,
Okay.
I mean, there's 6,000 employees in this division and there's, WERC hearings all the time. I'm not on top of them unless I've been summoned to testify. I don't pay it. I don't get that information of who's got hearings when.
Okay. But you were on complainant's routing, disciplinary routing for skipping determination, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So you would not have had any interest in complainant's WERC hearing.
No, and I'm not even sure what the WERC hearing that you're talking about. I don't even know what that was for, or if it was even for anything that I was involved in. Sometimes I'm involved in things and sometimes I'm not. So I'm not even sure what your WERC hearing was for.
Did you hold any conversations with privacy office DOC privacy officer Linda Eggert around this date of October in 2023?
I may have, I may not have. I don't know. I don't remember.
And as DAI administrator, did you have any conversations with OSCI Warden Cheryl Epplett around this date of October 13th of 2023?
Can you be more specific? I mean, I could have had a conversation with her about a lot of different things. I'm not,
Did you ever see this form after Cheryl Epplett completed it?
I don't recall. I probably did.
Do you recall what was redacted?
And where it's redacted right here,
Yep.
I don't.
And then if we can move to page 2,
Okay.
you see at the top on this form, do you see where it states ERD investigator is not a DOC employee?
I see that, yes.
Okay. And you see that incident was investigated by internal affairs and employee was terminated in April of 2023.
Yes, I see that.
And below that, you see the screenshots of all 5 PIOCs included their date of birth.
Yes.
Okay. Then if we can move to page 4, please. At the bottom of this page, can you please identify what the breach start date was?
7/28/22.
Are you aware of what occurred on that date?
I am not.
Can you please identify what the breach end date is?
August 8th of 2022.
Are you aware of what occurred at Oshkosh Correctional Institution on August 8th, 2022?
Um, I may or may not be. Can you be more specific? What, like, I don't know, maybe there was a fight, maybe someone got put in restraints, I don't know.
Do you recall the inmate hanging suicide at OSCI on August 8th, 2022?
I recall that there was a suicide, and I'm assuming it happened on August 8th. I would not have remembered that particular date, but
And then can you identify what the discovery start date of this breach was?
10/20/23.
So again, do you have any explanation for why now that date would be 10/20/23?
Objection. It, this document's hearsay document. She's not gonna know
If you
why it
do,
was.
Miss Cooper, you can answer.
I don't. I don't. And I wanna, if I may just say, I'm not trying to be sneaky or anything, like, I will share whatever I know, but I just a lot of this stuff I just don't remember.
Oh, sure, sure. So on the first page, you said that must have been a typo.
That's
The
what it looked like to me looking at that document, yep.
Yes. So now this breach report page, it states that the discovery start date was 10/20/23. So do you remember that this is 6 months after complainant's termination?
I do remember that.
Okay. So how was this do you remember how this breach was used to support complainant's termination, yet it was reported 6 months after complainant was terminated?
Eh, Objection, facts, not in evidence.
I guess first of all, do you know whether the breach was used to was involved or considered when terminating Miss Ostrowski Irvin's employment?
I would have to go back and look at the termination letter to say for sure.
Can we go back to C28 for her to review that?
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay, so the answer then is yes, the that was the reason for the termination.
So then I think the next part of her question was then how could that document, the breach document, be used then for the termination?
Can we go back to that breach document? Do we know,
Sure.
is there a date anywhere on that breach document of when that was completed?
And that was 18, I believe. Just one second.
Eh, I would just like to say an objection. Facts, not in evidence, that a breach report is required.
Yeah, I don't see a date on the form.
On the last page of the form, Linda Egger,
Okay, let's.
and the discovery end date,
Wait, that's the page before.
would the discovery end date, since that's entered on the form, be the date that this form would have been completed?
I don't know. I doubt it.
So if we look at the last page 5 of 5 in this exhibit, if you'll notice here, Ms. Cooper, individual notice provided start. What is the date there?
12/19/2023.
And projected expected end date. What is the date there?
12/19/2023.
So would you remember if this was the date that this form would have been completed?
Objection, facts not in evidence, relevance.
You can answer. You started shaking your head, Miss Cooper. Go ahead.
Um, I think if I remember, Cindy, your question was, it is it safe that 12/19/23 would be the date this was completed?
Yes.
No, I don't know. No.
When you reviewed complainant disciplinary packet, can we go to C37, I believe it was,
Okay.
the routing slip?
Okay. Oops. Okay. That should be on your screen.
Ms. Cooper, can you name all of the individuals that were involved with approving complainants skip in levels of progression to terminate?
So none of these are approvals, all of these are recommendations. Okay, so the final decision, I believe, was made by the secretary. But if you'd like me to list the who made recommendations, I'm happy to do that.
Yes, if you could go through, because I'm thinking no one knows the form better than you as a DEI administrator. Can you go through and kind of explain each line
Sure.
of this disciplinary action routing form, please?
Sure. So this routing form is used for all employee discipline, and it starts with the employing unit making a recommendation on what level of discipline they believe is appropriate, based on the investigation that took place and the allegations that um, or the facts that the investigation found. So the employing unit in this case was um, Ms. Hovey, who is the assistant administrator for DAI, along with Warden Eplet, and then the Oshkosh Correctional Human Resources Director, Tracy Fink. So they requested a skip in progression. Then the next level of review goes to employee relations, and that's Marcia Reimer. Employee relations, what they typically look at is, um, you know, are the work rules, did the investigation support a finding of that yes, the employee did violate the work rules? And then if so, what is a consistent level of discipline that's happened in other cases of a similar situation? So ER's employee relations, their role is to make sure that we're being consistent across the board so that if a person, let's say, is late for work at one institution, they would get the same discipline as a different employee at a different institution who was late for work. So that's them. Then it comes to the DAI administrator. That was me. I typically take a look at, I look at the previous recommendations. I don't always agree. Oftentimes I do. And I do rely on what employee relations says because I too want to make sure that we're being consistent across the board with how discipline is handed out. From there, it goes to the Bureau of Human Relations, the BHR director. That was Carrie Beyer. Her role was she was the director of HR functions for the whole department, not just DAI, but also for Division of Community Corrections, Juvenile Corrections, and Management Services. From there, it goes to DPM. They are under DOA, the Department of Administration. Excuse me, one moment. DPM, I believe that stands for the Division of Personnel Management. Doug Thayer is, I don't know what his title is there. I don't want to speculate, but he is definitely someone in DPM who has taken a look at some of the cases coming out of the Department of Corrections to make sure that we are following all the right rules and so on and so forth. And then from there, you can see it went to the secretary's office. So in a meeting with OOS leadership, a skip to term was approved. So that's where the decision was made at that level.
Were What part did you play in the complainant being terminated?
I made a recommendation that there would be a skip to termination
And why did you recommend a skip to termination?
because that's what has happened in similar situations when employees have disclosed personal information of inmates outside of the department without a business need to know.
Is the Equal Rights Division not a protected entity?
As it relates to what?
Do you remember that complainant's Equal Rights Division complaint was where you got the information to terminate complainant?
One of the attorneys from the Office of Legal Counsel brought to my attention the fact that this violation occurred. And that's where I had asked Stephanie Hovey to write the 15807 to be consistent with how we've handled other situations.
How many other situations were there where a DOC employee was terminated for sharing non-PHI information?
I'm gonna object. Facts not in evidence.
You can answer.
I don't know.
If you compared complainants' skip determination to other similar cases, would you not know how many of those comparables there would be?
Objection, I don't think she testified to doing the actual comparison.
Well,
Could you go more than 5 or less than 5?
I guess,
I don't
were you aware of any comparables as you sit here today? Do you recall if you knew what the comparables were?
I did not research the comparables like ER did, but I have personal knowledge that there was another case out of a different institution. I believe it was a nurse at a different institution had shared some information, and I don't recall any of the specifics. But I recall that she was terminated for sharing information that she should not have shared outside of the department. But aside from that, I count on ER, employment relations, to do the comps and to let us know.
Does HIPAA apply to nurses?
Yes.
So how was complainant as a sergeant? How was a nurse used as a comparable to a sergeant?
It wasn't the classification that was used as a comparable, it was the facts of the situation that were used as a comparable, similar set of facts, not based on a classification. HIPAA applies to everybody, and all staff, including correctional sergeants, take annual training, mandatory training for how to protect confidential information.
How many how many employees would you say there are in the DOC?
I believe in the whole DOC, there's about 10,000.
And do you remember that all 10,000 of those staff have access to special handling in the WICS database?
I can't say that for I don't know. I don't know who all has access to that. I know a lot of people do, but I don't know that everybody does.
Is it not the DEI's responsibility to not allow 10,000 staff to have HIPAA protected information in view?
Thank you.
Objection. She that fact's not in evidence.
If you know, you can answer.
Um, it is DAI's responsibility to make sure that staff have the information that they need to know to do their jobs. So the information in special handling that sergeants and officers have access to, they have access to that because they have a need to know that information.
So if we can go back to your the C43 email,
Okay, just a second.
thank you. And Ms. Cooper, in the meantime, um, are you aware of a red box that pops up on the WIC system that warns staff that this is a HIPAA protected area?
I'm smiling because you are really testing my memory with Wix right now. I know that there are some alerts that come up. I'm guessing that you're asking me about a red box. I'm guessing that there is one, but I just don't recall it myself. But I do know that there are those types of alerts.
Okay, and then C43.
Okay, there we are.
So, Ms. Cooper, again, looking at this, where is the 15807 that includes bringing the X building hanging and what appears to be Lieutenant LeBron's situation, which is the 8/8 and the 7/28 dates? Where is this 15807?
Eh, Objection, facts not in evidence. I don't see where it says LeBron.
Yeah, I mean, let's just ask the general question. Are you aware of 15807 for these allegations being created?
I don't recall unless if they were included in the 15807 with the HIPAA stuff, but I just don't remember.
If we can go back to the C28 exhibit, please.
That should be C28.
Ms. Cooper, is there any mention in complainant's termination letter, any of those incidents of false allegations?
I don't see it unless it's further down on the other page.
If you can please review both pages of that.
Let me know when you need me to scroll down and
You
I
can
can
you
scroll
can
down
scroll
and
down, please. Yep.
okay. Oops.
Okay. No, it's not in there, but I will say that's not unusual. It's not unusual for an investigation to start with, let's say, maybe four different allegations, but at the end of the investigation, maybe the facts support only one of those allegations. So that's not unusual.
How do you explain in the email from Hovey to Eplet that it states that you asked Hovey to complete the 15807 October 30th of 22, but then in complainant's termination letter, the breach is stated as around October 31st of 2022.
Objection asked and answered,
I
and
don't
lack of knowledge.
I don't know that it was asked to this witness. You can go ahead, Miss Cooper, if you know.
Okay, so Cindy, let me make sure so the question is how can you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, so you were mentioned in Hovey's email to Warden Eplet on October 30, 2022. Sarah asked me to write a 15807, and that was regarding these alleged false allegations that complainant had made. And then when we look at C28, this exhibit that's up here now, the date of the breach is dated as around October 31st, 2022. And then if you can just hold that thought, Ms. Brown, can you please bring up complainant's exhibit C19,
Okay.
page 1, and we're going to look at those incident dates in the upper right corner again.
Is this all one question then?
Well,
I think
Ms.
so. I think she's
yeah,
trying to get the information to her.
yes.
I'm gonna, hang on. Just gonna grab a piece of paper and a pen so I can write these down so I can follow. So October 30th is when Stephanie sent the email, right?
Correct.
And then on the form, it said around October 31st, DAI became aware, correct?
Of the breach, yes.
Okay, and then now the incident date for this is in July, August, and September of 2022.
Correct. And can you identify this form, please? What is this form?
This is the 15807. This is an employee investigation report.
Okay, so then if you'll notice, these are a couple more dates here. When you notice the interview date over on the left, it's highlighted.
Mhm.
What is that date?
That's 3/9/23.
And then if you go down under employee response, it states a pre-disciplinary meeting was conducted. And what is that year?
22.
But would you say that's another typo?
You know, I don't know. I didn't write these, and I understand why you're questioning it. Um, I don't know though. I didn't write these. What I do know is the the facts of the investigation bore out work rule violations. And if these are typos, that's problematic. I get it. Um, but it doesn't change the the behaviors that the investigation found had occurred.
Um, are you referring to complainant's 27-year career ending as problematic?
Objection. That's facts, not an evidence.
I don't know that she stated that, but you can clarify that, Ms. Cooper.
No, that's not what I stated, and certainly not what I meant.
So how do you explain the incident dates on this pre-disciplinary meeting form the month before complainant was terminated? The incident dates are 7/28, 8/8, and 9/7. Yet complainant was terminated for an alleged breach violation that occurred around October 31st, 2022.
So the incident, it's not uncommon for the incident date to be sometimes, several months, even a year or two prior to any interviews or excuse me again, prior to any interviews or disciplinary reports. It really just depends on when management becomes aware of the incident. So the incident dates being what they are, I don't see that as an issue. I'm not sure. Are you suggesting that the incident dates are problematic?
the incident dates should be the dates that complainant violated the alleged misconduct, correct?
That's what I would assume.
Did you review all of these documents when you recommended complainant have levels of discipline skip to termination?
I review, so I when there's a recommendation for employee termination, I do review that investigation packet. I review it at a very, very high level. I read the initial summary description of the incident so that I can understand what the employee was accused of doing. And then I go all the way to the end and I read the summary of the investigation so I can determine from the investigators what facts came out of this investigation, and do those facts support that a work rule was violated. That's the level of review I do. I do not, and I simply cannot, with 6,000 employees, read every interview, look at every exhibit. I count on I count on the HR director at the institution to be reviewing and looking for, these kinds of issues. If there's issues with typos, with dates or whatever, also the appointing authority, also ER, they review these as well. I count on them to look for those types of details. When I'm reviewing it, like I said, it's at a very high level. It's what was the employee accused of? What were the facts of the investigation? And do any of those facts support a work rule violation?
Okay, this is important. Ms. Cooper, can you, if you said you reviewed this document, can you please read the first, do you remember reading this at all before
Your
we,
pre-disciplinary statement?
yes.
I believe I did read it.
Ms. Brown, would I be able to have her read just the top um 11 lines of that paragraph, please?
You want her to read it out loud?
Could is that possible?
I guess.
Thank you.
You said the top 11 lines, Cindy?
Yes, starting with I just want to reiterate because this
Okay,
was my this do you remember this was my statement to the internal affairs investigators?
right, at the pre-disciplinary hearing, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
I
I
just wanna I'm sorry, I just wanna make a quick objection that this is hearsay, and I just wanna state that on the record.
That's fine.
Thank you.
I just want to reiterate this. It cannot be a HIPAA violation. Something is not considered HIPAA protected information. And that is per the policy that I included in my response to Agent Bornesco, and Dr. Sharon in our HSU and several nurses verified that on the list of special handling, the information on the list is not HIPAA protected because all state employees have access to all of those inmate records. So even if any staff member in the DOC that has access to the WICS database can go into any inmate's information and look at that. The reason that I screenshotted that information for this particular inmate was because I reported that inmate safety being endangered by Unit Manager Lawrence in U Building, giving this elderly man permission, bypassing security, not informing security, bypassing Agent Hughes' limitations on that inmate, to give that inmate permission to walk up the center stairs in full view of me to the upper tier, where I observed him and directed him immediately to come down and ask him, "What are you doing?" And he screamed at me that Unit Manager Lawrence gave him permission. Unit Manager Lawrence's office was right next to those center stairs, heard the inmate yelling at me. He called me and said I gave him permission. And stop me when you're ready. Um, and this inmate almost fell down the stairs as he was coming down the stairs. I'm watching it. I went home sick immediately because I told Unit Manager Lawrence over a phone call he has something he should not be going upstairs to an upper tier. And I come to find out that Unit Manager Lawrence gave this inmate permission to not only go up the stairs, endangering his safety, but then to pass unknown contraband in a bowl. And we have a serious problem with drugs, fentanyl, K2O, the stairs. Oops, this contraband, the drugs, the whole institution is dirty with cocaine still happening, and I'm being investigated. I am being investigated for attempting to bring to light that this unit manager is fraternizing and endangering an inmate's safety. Why was he not investigated when I reported it? Why am I being investigated 9 months later? That is my question. ED5 cannot face discipline for submitting an ERD complaint. This is repeated on the ERD DOC website. Oshkosh Correctional is well aware that I filed an ERD complaint months prior to December of last year, when Internal Affairs was contacted for this investigation. They are using, somehow they went back into my email, and that's the only email to my ERD investigator. That's the only email they found to investigate, and it was because the safety of an inmate was endangered, and Unit Manager Lawrence was not investigated.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for reading that. Thank you, Ms. Brown. So when you would have read complainant's statement, did you inquire with the institution regarding whether this elderly inmate's life had been endangered?
I believe, if I recall, and this is just going on my recollection, so take it for what that's worth. I think, Cindy, you had brought this to my attention in an earlier email, and I had already looked into it.
And what did you discover when you looked into it?
I don't recall.
Did you have this incident formally investigated?
No.
So it was reported to you that a male supervisor had given an inmate permission to pass unknown contraband to an upper tier where the inmate physically was not supposed to be going, and you used your discretion to not have that investigated?
So, a couple things. First of all, sometimes when things come to my attention, it requires me to look into something. And sometimes when I look into things, that means I pick up the phone and I call someone and I say, "Hey, what do you know about this?" Sometimes I send an email and say, "What do you know about this?" Um, in this particular case, I did not consider this as being reported to me because it had already gone through, I believe, your chain of command. I believe you had already brought this to your warden's attention. Um, so when I read an employee's pre-disciplinary statement, I am looking for information from that employee that says to me, here are some mitigating circumstances. Here's why I did what I did, and I, whatever the case may be. I'm not looking for the employee to point the finger elsewhere, because that's how this read to me, like, hey, but what about this? Um, and that's okay. That's your right to do that. But that wasn't helpful for me with my review of this employee response for this employee pre-disciplinary hearing, as it relates to, am I finding any mitigating circumstances in here that may make me change my recommendation for what the outcome should be?
Ms. Cooper, when you read complainant's pre-disciplinary response and you observed what you just read, why did you not see that complainant was reporting this to the Equal Rights Division as an example of a male supervisor not being held accountable for major misconduct as complainant was being investigated and conduct reports were being dismissed. Why did you not see this as the Equal Rights Division as being a protected entity for complainants to file with?
Uh,
You can go ahead.
I'm sorry. I think the question's a bit compound, and also some of that information I don't think is in evidence.
Yeah, you might want to break it apart a little bit, Miss Ostrowski, because I think it was a compound question.
Okay. Um, let's see here. Ms. Cooper, why did you not see complainants reporting that incident to the Equal Rights Division as a protected activity?
The incident itself, sharing that with ERD is not an issue at all. It's sharing the personal information that is not supposed to be shared without a need to know. That's what the problem is.
So if the attorney contacted you when they became aware of the complainant's ERD complaint, why would DOC legal counsel not immediately complete that breach complaint?
Objection, speculation.
Do you have any information as to why the breach complaint was not completed immediately?
I do not.
Is non-PHI information considered a breach?
I believe there's two different types of breaches. There's a breach of personal information that's not medically related. That would be things like maybe a social security number or those types of things. And then there's the a breach of information that does include medical information. So I believe there's two different kinds.
So you recall that the privacy breach incident without PHI was completed around October 13th of 2023, correct?
I think it said that's when DAI became aware, correct?
It's under description of incident. Do you want me to bring it up again?
No, 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 that's okay. I should have been
Okay.
writing those dates down as we go because we keep referring back.
Right,
So
right.
October 13th, um, what was that date, Cindy?
Description of incident on the breach without PHI was around October 13, 2023.
Okay.
And then on complainant's termination letter, and that's C28. Ms. Brown, I apologize for jumping.
Sure, that's okay. So that's on the screen, C28.
Can you, Ms. Cooper, can you go down? It's the end of the second line in the body of the my termination letter. It's at the end where it starts with personal health and then continues on the third. Can you read what complainant was terminated for there?
Where it starts with specifically
Uh, POX. It starts with disclosed a POX.
personal health information,
Correct.
specifically.
So that states PHI, correct?
That's correct.
But can you explain why the privacy breach report that was filled out is without PHI?
I cannot.
So can you admit that complainant's termination letter is manufactured to support her skip and termination?
No.
Objection. She answered it.
Ms.
Sorry,
Cooper,
but
what support is there in complainant's disciplinary packet that supports around October 31, 2022, complainant disclosed PHI?
Objection. We're presuming that the packet is introduced.
Ms. Cooper, did you review the packet, the disciplinary packet for complainant?
back back at that time. But like I said, it was a high level review.
And you're saying that the Human Resources Director, Tracy Fink at Oshkosh Correctional Institution, should have caught all these errors?
Objection. It's not accurate.
Well, would you say that?
What I said is that I count on the HR director, the appointing authority, and the ER folks who do the review of these packets, the full review of these packets, to catch that.
So who is the person that would have thoroughly reviewed complainant's disciplinary support for her skip to termination?
So the HR director, the warden, and the ER, Marcia Reimer.
So you're saying Tracy Fink should have reviewed this completely?
Objection. Relevance. In
You can answer. Go ahead.
Yeah, Tracy Fink typically would have reviewed all of this, yes.
And do you remember Cheryl Eplett would have reviewed all of the packet?
I can't say for sure because I don't know if she did or didn't.
And you're saying and did you say Marcia Reimer should have reviewed the
I'm not
the
saying should
packet?
have. My experience with ER with Marcia Reimer, there were 3 people in that office. They're very, very thorough with reviewing packets, and so that's what I count on them to do.
So Marcia Reimer she's so thorough. She should have reviewed this.
Marcia Reimer, her name was on the routing slip, so yes, I believe she would have reviewed this.
Stephanie Hovey is on the routing slip. Should she have reviewed this?
objection. Relevance.
You can answer.
Stephanie's review would have been similar to mine at that higher level of review.
So Marcia Reimer, what is her job title?
She is a ER specialist, I believe is her job title.
What are all her job responsibilities?
I don't know if I can list all of them, but I can tell you the ones that I know. The ER specialists review employee discipline packets. They are part of the IRT team, the investigation review team, I think is what IRT stands for. And my experience with them is that they will let the appointing authorities know if like if an employee, an appointing authority, let's say it's me, and I believe employee Smith violated work rule 218. The ER folks will take a look at that, and if they disagree based on their knowledge of how WERC cases have been settled, based on how similar situations have been settled, they may say, this is not going to be supported. We're not gonna hold this employee to that particular work rule violation. They also from my experience, they've done a really nice job of sorting through all of the different witness interviews and really going through those with a fine tooth comb. Again, taking a look for consistencies, for themes, for inconsistencies. They do a really thorough review of these from my experience with them.
Then, Ms. Cooper, how in complainant's case would you say, let me change that question. Did they do a good job with my termination?
Objection, relevance.
You can answer.
I think that there are some issues with the dates, but I think the facts still stand as the facts.
So what is non-PHI?
That would be confidential information that's not health related. Again, things like a social security number. I believe a date of birth is those types of things.
So how do you how do you explain that the privacy breach incident report without PHI, how does that support complainant's termination?
That's a good question. We have two different forms. We have a form for the non-health related personally identifiable information, and then we have a form for the health related. Um, uh, I Again, I think that this was probably a case where someone should have probably used the other form, but it doesn't negate the content of what was reported on the form. The really the end result is the same regardless of which form is used. It goes to the privacy officer. I think she has a team that looks over it. They make a recommendation on what should happen. And again, whether it's health related or not health related, it goes through the same process.
So do the dates matter?
Dates matter. And I'm not the person to ask about the discrepancies with the dates here because I didn't write this. So I can't explain it.
Do you recall in your testimony in the January hearing where you stated, do you remember stating the dates don't matter, it's the content?
The Right. So from my perspective, the discipline that you were issued is based on the behavior that was the facts that were born out of the investigation, right? And
Yeah.
if there are typos in the dates, if there's discrepancies in the dates, it doesn't negate the behavior that you did. It does signal to me, like if I were still a DAI administrator, I'd be going back and asking some questions about these dates. How did this happen? What happened here? Or maybe there's an explanation that I'm just not aware of. But the the behavior, the acts, the action is what supports the recommendation for termination.
Wasn't the action done in good faith?
Objection, lack of knowledge.
Yeah, I'm not sure when are you asking your action done in good faith?
Yes. In my predisciplinary response that you read, Ms. Cooper, was that not done out of concern for an inmate's well-being?
Same objection.
Yeah, I don't know that she can. You can answer if you can, Miss Cooper. I don't know that she can go into your state of mind though.
Right, I can't.
Do you remember when you read complainant's response in her predisciplinary um, hearing that the lower bunk lower tier was relevant because the inmate's safety was endangered?
Do I recall that?
Yes.
No, but that doesn't mean it's not in there. I'm sure
Okay,
it's in there if you're saying that.
okay. Can we please move to C32?
This is C32. It's a two-page document. I just scrolled to the bottom, but we'll go back up to the top.
Ms. Cooper, when did you become the DAI administrator?
I believe it was January of 2020.
And what is the date on this letter?
The date on this is March 12th, 2020.
So you were the acting DAI administrator at the time of this incident.
Yes.
Can you identify what this unit manager was demoted for?
Um, he took a photo of a minor child in the nude with his personal cell phone camera. And he placed his cell phone camera in his home bathroom with the intent to capture images of minor female changing out of her swimming suit.
And do you recall reviewing this male supervisor's disciplinary packet?
I don't remember. In fact, I forgot all about this until this just came up on the screen.
Do you recall what Rex Smith, what unit he was a unit manager for?
No,
Okay. Can you identify where was this male supervisor? What rank was he demoted to?
correctional sergeant,
And do you recall what rank was complainant when she was terminated?
a sergeant,
Where was this male uh sergeant? Where was he transferred to?
the Wisconsin Resource Center.
What types of inmates are housed at the Wisconsin Resource Center?
Objection, this is kind of cumulative, this question.
I think we went into this yesterday, but you can answer the question, Ms. Cooper.
Generally speaking, it's inmates, for the most part, it's inmates with various mental health issues. I believe the Wisconsin Resource Center, at least at that time, they had a couple of units specific for substance use disorder programming.
Do you recall there being female inmates at the Wisconsin Resource Center?
Yes,
So, what part did you play in this decision to only demote this male to the position of sergeant?
I don't remember. I don't remember.
Reading this this demotion letter, should someone not have considered that there were females, female inmates with mental health issues that would be supervised by this male sergeant?
Objection relevance.
Yeah, I think we are getting off topic now at this point.
Can we move
So,
to R34, please?
sure. Let me find it just 1 second.
Ms. Cooper, can you identify, is this a male or a female disciplinary letter?
It looks like it's for Donald, so I think that's for a male.
Can you please identify the details of what the misconduct was for this male staff member?
It just, I'm sorry to keep objecting, but I think this is cumulative. I think we
Yeah,
went
I
through this
think
already.
we've gone through this, Miss Ostrowski, so unless there's something new you want to ask her, I mean, I think I even received this into the record. So if you want to ask her something specific that she would have knowledge on, that's fine. But if there's nothing else, you can move on.
Okay, Ms. Cooper, did you review all disciplinary packets for staff?
No,
When this disciplinary letter involved a male staff member fraternizing with an inmate from the Oshkosh Sex Offender Treatment Unit, allowing that inmate behind the desk. Would fraternization would that not be justification for termination?
Eh, Objection. This is just cumulative.
If you know the answer, you can answer, Miss Cooper.
each situation, each case is decided upon based on its own merits. I don't recall ever reviewing this, so I don't know the specifics of this particular case. I can't answer to why a 5-day suspension versus term. I don't know.
Why would fraternization not come across your desk?
Objection. I think she said she doesn't remember it.
I'm asking a general question like fraternization would be considered serious misconduct.
Mm.
So, in my case, as a comparator, Ms. Cooper had a lot of involvement, it seemed, in my discipline and recommending uh, the skip to termination. So, how did Ms. Cooper, how did you get involved in my skip to term, but you're not involved in these male staff?
It-
I don't know that she said that she wasn't involved. She just says that she didn't recall. There's a difference. So I don't know,
Okay.
what's your question about this then? You asked her about the fraternization policy. I think you asked something about, was that something that she would be involved in cases where there's allegations of frat fraternization?
Yes.
I mean, are you assigned, Miss Cooper, specific types of discipline, or like how does that work? I guess is what I think Miss Ostrowski is asking you.
Right, right. So when I became the administrator, I was asked which discipline packets I want to be involved in. I can't possibly be involved in every single one because that would include things like people being late for work. Like I don't need to be involved in that. So I had asked to be able to take a look at investigation packets where it involves a skip in progression or a termination. So those are the packets that I would review. Every once in a while, one of the assistant administrators would ask me to take a look at one that didn't fall in those two buckets, but was still kind of complex for whatever variety of reasons. So, Miss Ostrowski, in your case, I was involved because, first of all, the information was brought to my attention that these emails were sent, and then secondly, because it was a skip in progression and a term is why I was involved. Does that answer the
So,
question?
yes, thank you. So, who requested the skip to term?
Well, according to like you saw on the routing slip, it was Assistant Administrator Hovey, Warden Eplet, and Tracy Fink who requested it. And then it went through the whole routing with other people making their recommendations.
How do those three people get together to recommend skipping to term when they don't work at the same location?
The same way we're having this hearing.
So those are you saying that those three, Hovey, Fink, and Eplet, are the ones that came up with the skip to term?
That was their recommendation.
So if they were recommending the skip to term, would they not have reviewed the disciplinary packet in detail to make sure that the discipline would not be able to be appealed?
Eh, Objection. There's facts, not in evidence. Lack of knowledge.
Yeah, I'm not sure where you're getting the appeal part. I don't know that there's been anything about appeals.
Well, what did come up is ML Tony stated that the reason that the DOC 71 with that being missing, the concern was the inmate being able to appeal the decision based on the process being disrupted.
Right, and that's a whole separate process, my understanding. So what's your
Okay.
question regarding
So
your situation?
so if we can move to C40,
Okay, just a moment.
and Ms. Cooper, while Ms. Brown is looking for that, um shouldn't shouldn't the due process policy be guiding all of your planning?
Objection, vagueness.
You can answer.
Yeah, can you clarify what you mean?
Due process. Let's go if we could just go to C5 quickly.
What page?
It would be the list for the louder mill
What page is that on? Do you know?
procedure.
This here?
Yes. So, Ms. Cooper, are you familiar with the Loudermill process?
I'm familiar with the pre-dis process.
So, was complainant ever notified of what she was being investigated for?
I don't know. That would be stuff that the HR folks would be tracking.
And on page 5 of 23, the second paragraph here, does it state the objective of the pre-disciplinary meeting is to ensure that the employee has a full and fair opportunity to provide information for consideration prior to finalizing the discipline decision?
Yes,
Did you consider complainant's response in her pre-disciplinary meeting? Did you consider that at all in the decision-making process with the skip to term?
yes.
How did you consider that?
I read through it and I absorbed the message that you were giving, and it still I still landed with a recommendation to skip to term.
Were you concerned that complainant's complaint was cited as the catalyst was complainant's complaint with the Equal Rights Division, was that a catalyst for complainant being pursued for termination?
Not at all.
Ms. Cooper, do you understand how the dates throughout complainant's disciplinary packet do not match the termination letter?
It asked and answered.
I guess you can answer one more time.
Yeah, I can't explain it. I don't know.
So why was complainant allowed to respond in the pre-disciplinary meeting if it was not going to be considered by you?
Objection.
Yeah.
It's
She didn't say that. She said she read it, she absorbed it. That's not saying she didn't consider it.
And Ms. Cooper, do you admit that you used the information that I provided in my Equal Rights Division complaint to discipline me
I
and terminate me?
I
I
I'm
use the Oh, go ahead, Michelle.
sorry, it's just somewhat a vague question.
Well, and I think it's for the second hearing on the merits. The claim that you were terminated for making a complaint with the Equal Rights Division, there was a finding of probable cause. That's for the merits hearing. That's not for this hearing. So we don't need to get into that for this hearing. This hearing, again, is sex,
Okay.
age, and opposing discrimination in the workplace.
Okay. Ms. Cooper, could the ability to not explain the discrepancies be considered pretext?
Objection vague.
You can answer, go ahead.
I don't know what you mean by that, Cindy. Can you explain that or ask it a different way?
In the planning process, your inability to explain the all of the discrepancies throughout complainant's disciplinary packet, could that expose the planning that went went with this targeting of complainant for termination?
I objection. Facts not in evidence.
I'm not really sure what you're asking, but if you understand the question, Ms. Cooper, you can go ahead and answer it.
Was it calculated retaliation, Ms. Cooper? If I can just make it simpler.
So I don't know, can you hear us, Ms. Cooper? Did you freeze up? I think she
I
might
think-
have froze up.
Yeah.
Let's see if it comes back. Oh, no, she dropped. I was gonna say, I don't know if she'll drop off and come back on. So as soon as she comes back, I'll bring her in. Do you remember the last question you were asking? Because I don't.
I'll withdraw the question.
Well, no,
And
I'm not saying
it's
you have to
okay.
withdraw it, but I
Oh,
just,
okay.
at this point, I don't remember what your last question was, and I'm sure she didn't hear it. And if she
Right,
did,
right.
I did email her to ask if she could log back on.
Oh, and
Oh, there she
she's
is.
right here.
Okay.
All right, Miss Cooper, are you there?
I am. I'm so sorry. My computer just stopped and restarted.
That's okay. You're back now. So, Miss Ostrowski, you can go ahead if you want to restate your question or if you want to move on, whatever you want to do, go ahead.
All right. I just asked um if it would be considered calculated retaliation.
If what would be considered calculated retaliation?
The entire investigatory, the process, the disciplinary process, the
Okay.
7 months it took for this to be complete, the dates not matching, all of the inconsistencies. Would that not all support calculated retaliation?
I can tell you there was no calculated retaliation. Like I said, I didn't even know that you had something coming up. Um, this is a situation whereby information came to our attention and we handled it like we would handle any other similar type of situation. It had nothing to do with any of your other things that you had going on. It was staff employees have a right to do that. They do it all the time. Nobody takes it personal. It's 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 it had nothing to do with that. There was no retaliation.
Were you aware that I had filed the Equal Rights Division complaint before legal the legal counsel contacted you?
I don't I don't know. I if I recall, um, I think that I would get notified when employees would file something, but I don't
Okay,
remember, which of those things it was.
okay, sounds good. I'm done then, Ms. Brown.
All right, Attorney Zacard, you can go ahead and if you have questions for Miss Cooper, you can ask them.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Cooper, you mentioned that there are two types of breach reports. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Um, So I believe that you were shown a breach report about PII, personal information. Is that right?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. It, do you know whether or not there may be another report pertaining to, personal health information breach?
Specifically, regarding this case or just in general?
I I would say in this case.
I'm not sure.
And, if you're able to, I don't know if you're able to answer this or not, but do does a HIPAA breach report, is that a requirement for employee discipline?
Are you asking, does that HIPAA breach report, is that have to be present before an employee discipline can be initiated? Is that what you're asking?
Yes, yes.
No, that's not a pre-required, it's not a prerequisite, for lack of a better word.
And, so I think you had mentioned, in your testimony that Linda Eger looks at the HIPAA breach reports and makes, I guess, recommendations.
Yes.
Could you clarify what you mean by recommendations?
Sure. So, and it's probably easier if I just give like some made up examples. So if there's a privacy breach report, her office gets notified via one of these forms. And like I said, I think she has a small committee of people, and I don't remember for sure who's on that. But they take a look at it and then they make recommendations. So their recommendations could be things like, um, we need to notify the individual whose information was released and let them know that their info is out there. Um, it could be things like, the staff member should uh, um, go through some extra training. It could be that the department, I think in one case, we might have even put like a public statement out there because it was such a massive breach. So many people were impacted that I think we even put some sort of public statement out. So those are the types of recommendations that she makes.
Okay, thank you. Uh, these recommendations don't, include disciplinary recommendations. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say, correct.
And sorry, I have two notebooks here. Um, do you recall a staff member by the last name of Belloc?
Belloc,
Yes.
that does not sound familiar to me.
Oh, okay, thank you. Oops. One second, I have to find the right. Sorry, I'm just trying to find the correct page. It- Do you recall having some email exchanges with Ms. Ostrowski regarding a dismissed conduct report?
Yes.
And did you provide her with some information about um, her concerns for that? Her
Yes. Yes. She had emailed me with some concerns that a conduct report she had written, I knew it was for a guy who was masturbating. That conduct report was dismissed, and she emailed me with being concerned about that. And so, as I did with her emails, I looked into the situation, and the conduct report was dismissed because the inmate was not provided notice of his full due process rights. That notice is required per Wisconsin Administrative Code. And because he was not provided his notice of his rights, the conduct report was dismissed. I informed Cindy that I supported that dismissal of the conduct report. And I informed her that the reason I supported it is because had we gone forward with, or had the institution, I should say, gone forward with hearing that conduct report and imposing discipline on that inmate, and if he would have appealed that, it would have been dismissed because we did not follow our own rules as it relates to the administrative code. And even if it would not have been dismissed and it went to court, a judge would certainly toss it because when we don't give inmates their due process rights, tickets always get tossed. So there's no sense in um, having the inmate take it all the way to court and wasting taxpayer money with all of that when we know what the final outcome is going to be. So that's why I supported it. And I also informed her that I was not condoning the inmate's behavior. That's not what the dismissal of the conduct report was about. It was about the due process piece of it.
Thank you for that. Um, I'm trying to find something. Um, I would like to go to, I think it's C31, please.
Okay, just one moment.
And
Let me share it. Just one second. I think I got it here. It should be on your screen, C31.
Yep, I see it.
make sure I'm looking at the right thing. Okay. Um, so did you review this final conclusion, if you recall?
Yes.
You did. Okay. So if I could just direct your attention to the second paragraph, the first sentence, if you could look at that.
Yes. For example, Sergeant Cindy Ostrowski took screenshots of Wix located on her state computer and emailed the screenshots to her personal mail.
It,
The,
oh, go ahead.
I was just going to read that next sentence. The
Okay.
information contained in the email included PIOC photos and their demographics and PHI. Okay.
So was this part of the concern that part of what was taken into consideration for the discipline?
Yes.
Um, and does this paragraph kind of outline a number of different um, descriptions about what occurred of the information?
Yes, it talks about one of the screenshots, including the quote medical need column for one of the inmates. Also, screenshots included images obtained from Wix regarding conduct reports. One attachment included a list of 30 conduct reports outlining the names of the inmates involved and the results of the tickets, the conduct reports, and this information, along with additional content, was forwarded by Cindy to a representative at ERD for her ERD case.
Just to clarify your testimony, you indicated um, that the concern was um, the I don't know how to describe it, the accessing of information and then also the sending of it out.
Correct. It had nothing to this this investigation would have occurred had we if we learned of the action, regardless of who she sent it to outside of the department, assuming it was sent to someone who did not have a need to know this information about these inmates. So it had nothing to do with her ERD case. And I mean, it, the fact that it's right in this report that it was sent to ERD for an ERD case should, in my opinion, demonstrate there's nothing behind the curtains here that that we're trying to do. I mean, it's very clear this went to ERD. Has nothing to do with ERD. Has to do with the fact that that information was relayed and it shouldn't have been.
Thank you for that clarification. Um, just a couple more questions. I'm trying to be mindful of time too, because I know we have another witness scheduled. Sorry, I just got to check one more place to make sure I don't have anything I'm missing. I don't have any further questions.
All right, Ms. Ostrowski, any other questions for Ms. Cooper?
Yes, just one. Ms. Cooper, are you aware that the Equal Rights Division found probable cause for discrimination based on dismissal of complainant's conduct reports?
Objection
Ah,
relevance.
You can answer, go ahead.
I'm not sure. I mean, I'm informed of a lot of things, and until I personally have to get involved, it's usually not stuff that I retain.
Okay, then I'm all finished.
Anything else for her, Attorney Sicard?
No, thank you.
All right, Ms. Cooper, thank you for your testimony. I would just ask that you not talk to anybody about it because we still have a number of witnesses to get through. So thank you.
All right, thank you. You guys have a good day.
You too.
You
Thanks.
too.
All right, so I guess we can take a short break. I think Miss Eplett's supposed to connect at 2, so that's about 5 minutes from now. I guess I know, Attorney Sicard, you said you had a number of questions still to get to her or ask her about. And then I would assume, Ms. Ostrowski, you have some questions for her. I think then other than Miss Ostrowski, that's the last of your witnesses, Miss Ostrowski, correct? So we've got Miss Eplett and then you, and then we've gone through all of your witnesses. But I believe Attorney Sicard, do you have 2 more witnesses that you identified that we haven't had testify yet?
Yes, correct.
So my guess is we're not going to finish the hearing here today then.
I think we could try.
I don't mind
I
trying, but I guess my concern is if we stay late just to not finish and still have to come back. So I mean, we can think about it. I don't know if we want to see if we can get through your testimony, Miss Ostrowski. We can. I guess we can see how long it takes for Miss Eplet to testify as well. Um, but just something to kind of think about. If we do need to continue for a next date, I'd have to double check, but I think I looked. I've got some dates open in March, so we wouldn't have to push it out too far. Probably within like the next month, we could get, a day or something on the calendar. So, um, yeah, if you want to take a break, you can take a short break now, and then as soon as Miss Evelyn connects, we'll go ahead then.
Okay, and I'd be fine
Thank
with
you.
going at the end, and I'm I'm feeling somewhat confident that we could finish.
Okay.
I got Deb saying, "Move on, move on."
Okay. All right. All right. All right.
All
I'm
right,
going to
thank
stop
you.
I'll stop the recording and we'll come back in a few minutes.
All
Okay.
right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right. I'm seeing someone named Becky Blodgett in the lobby. Do we know who that is? You're muted, Miss Ostrowski. Do we know who Becky
Yes.
Blodgett is?
Yep. She's a public observer.
Okay, I can bring her in. And it looks like Miss Eplet is here as well. So, Miss Eplet, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. So I'm gonna go back on the record. Just let me get the recording started. All right, it looks like we're back on the record after taking a short break, and our next witness is here. Miss Eplet, you did testify yesterday. I did swear you in yesterday, so I'll just remind you that you're still under oath to tell the truth. And then I'll also just note that Ms. Ostrowski said that Becky Blodgett, who I've allowed to enter, is just a public observer. So I just wanted to note that for the record as well. I believe, Attorney Sicard, we left off with your examination of Miss Eplet. So whenever you're ready to continue, you can go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So many notes. Ms. Eplet, just kind of some background questions. Are correctional sergeants allowed to access protected health information without a business need to know?
I would say no, no one is supposed to access protected health information without a business need to know.
And is it part of a correctional sergeant's job duties to access protected health information to use in litigation against the department?
Um, so I have not seen anything like that before this case.
And so yesterday, when we were on the record, I believe that you were shown um, a couple of breach reports, and then I believe one of them was yours for personal health, personal identifiable information. Do you recall looking at that form?
Yes.
Do you recall if you also filed um, a, a breach report for HIPAA information for this particular case?
So a document separate from the one that we reviewed yesterday?
Yes.
I don't recall.
Have you had to fill out any HIPAA breach reports during the course of your duties as warden before?
Yes.
And just to clarify, how many staff did you manage at Oshkosh Correctional?
Well, I mean, there was, I would say 400 plus employees that
And
worked at the institution.
okay, and the, just a guess, but do you know how many emails you sent in a day?
Oh boy. It depended on the day, but easily I would say, sometimes it could be easily 25 emails maybe in a day, more depending upon what was going on.
Um, do you know how many meetings you had to attend, usually on a weekly basis?
Um, I would say in an average day, I was, if I worked an 8 hour, if based on an 8 hour day, I would say on average, 5 to 6 of those hours was meetings.
Um, i- and I don't know if you're able to answer this, but I mean, how many instances of employee discipline were you involved in? Maybe like on a monthly basis?
Oh, let's see. I, mm, I'm gonna ballpark it at maybe 8 to 10 a month. That might be a little high, but still, because I'm thinking that we had our ERTs and darts meetings every once a week, and if there was average 2 cases that we discussed, so I think 8 to 10 would be fair.
And I mean, did you ever have kind of have to manage disputes between, corrections officers or sergeants not getting along?
Um, I don't know that I would say that I necessarily managed those conflicts, but it was relatively routine for supervisors to manage conflicts, and that could have just been informally. It could have been a formal conflict resolution, and then there's also formal mediation through the department as well. So I it wasn't necessarily myself doing it. It was more that I was just made aware of the things that were formally done, but some of those conflict resolutions that just happened on a daily basis, I'm sure there were countless numbers that I didn't even know about.
Um, did you also have to testify in work hearings?
Yes.
Do you know how many of those you probably have to testify in?
Um, oh, you mean like, are you asking me throughout my career as a
I
warden?
I would say maybe as a warden on like a yearly basis, if that helps.
Yeah. I don't know. Boy, I'm really guessing. I'd say 10.
Okay.
That might be
Which
a little high, but
okay. So is it accurate to say that you're a pretty busy person as a warden?
absolutely.
And I know I just asked you a bunch of questions about some of the things you do, but what are some of the typical tasks that you have to handle on a daily basis?
On a daily basis, it's its meetings. There was executive team meetings, there was DAI weekly meetings, there's warden meetings, deputy warden meetings. There's the collaboration, communication and collaboration. There's, kind of extraneous committees throughout the institution. My day was also doing rounds of the institution, and rounds at Oshkosh could take anywheres to do the entire institution. That would pretty much be a full day if you did it comprehensively. But otherwise, between doing rounds or simply going out to housing units for whatever the reason, um, during the day was also meeting with HR for personnel issues, spending time with, ERTs and darts and where we were in disciplinary processes. Um, and then, my day was speaking with supervisors. Yeah, I mean, it was every day. There was usually something scheduled. If there was a non-scheduled time, I usually would take that time to go out to, in the grounds of the institution, meet with department heads. We would have department head meetings, but then I would also go out and meet with the department heads in their areas. During, for example, like during COVID, it was a constant um, managing of the institution because it was such a fluid kind of situation. So there was a lot of meetings with COVID. So it really, and I was also part of death reviews, which at Oshkosh, because there's an infirmary, that was a higher number than typical for a general population institution. So yeah, just a lot of meetings, a lot of rounds, a lot of, talking with staff, and then meeting with staff as they requested.
Thank you. So yesterday you had kind of talked about some of the issues with statements about staff. Um, i- could you actually strike that? So we talked about chain of command. Um, i- can you define what insubordination is in your own words?
Yeah, so I mean,
Can I
insubordination would.
object? There's nothing regarding insubordination in my termination letter.
You can answer the question. Go ahead.
Insubordination is when a superior, supervisor, a superior gives direction, and it's disregarded or not carried out as the employee was directed.
And can you describe if there's any type of impact that insubordination has or could have on correctional institutions such as Oshkosh?
Well, I mean, I mean, insubordination, depending upon what the context of it is. I mean, it it could lead to safety concerns. It undermines supervisors. Um, it role models behavior that we don't want other employees to do. Um, Insubordination usually, unfortunately, at times insubordination it leads to an investigation or a disciplinary kind of situation. So I mean, it it can have a ripple effect for the supervisor and the person who's being insubordinate, and even as a supervisor being insubordinate to a senior supervisor. So I mean, there's a ripple effect of undermining and could create a safety concern.
Thank you for providing that information. So in terms of job duties for a correctional sergeant, do correctional sergeants, do their job duties require them or necessitate them to investigate the outcome of a harassment complaint?
Um, if it's about someone else, I would say no, no. I mean, no one. If a complaint, an investigation of any sort, is not privy to anybody other than the person who is the subject.
Would that include uh, discipline investigations or um, discrimination complaints?
Yeah, yes.
Thank you. Um, I think you had mentioned yesterday kind of discussions about false allegations or gossip. Um, could you tell us how that would impact the climate of the institution?
Yeah, I mean, generally speaking, when it comes to rumors and gossip, you usually don't have all the facts. And so in rumors and gossip, it's very possible that um, from one person to the next person, that it's being passed along and it's not factual, and people are creating their own narrative to what they're not actually privy to. Um, and it's damaging in the institution because um, people who people who pay attention to rumors and gossip can get wrapped up in that. And one, it's a distraction to what they're actually supposed to be doing. And it can really kind of cut through the fabric of trust in an institution. It creates a mistrust. And when people aren't dealing with facts, but they continue to repeat what they believe are facts, or purposely changing the narrative of a situation for a more dramatic effect. So yeah, I mean, but generally speaking, any rumor or gossiping, it just one, it's a time waster. Two, it distracts people from doing their job. It cuts into the morale, and people lose their focus on what they should actually be doing.
Can it have any sort of effect on like the climate for residents who live at Oshkosh Correctional?
Um, Unfortunately, I would say yes, in times and circumstances when rumors and gossip are overheard by population, and that happens. I don't know if I could go so far as to say often, but I would surmise that way too often. Population overhears conversations that are either inappropriate or considered gossip or rumor or whatever the case may be. Um, and that's really the last thing that you want to happen in a correctional facility. It's just it it really feeds into an unprofessional um, it can feed into an unprofessional view of the staff that are in the institution. And it can, with our inmate population, gossip and rumor and any information about staff, they can really weaponize and use to their advantage for staff splitting, or for creating their own narrative, and twisting it on their own for some motivation or gain. So that's pretty detrimental.
Thank you. Um, so I wanted to ask you, was there any sort of managerial conspiracy against Ms. Irwin?
No,
Any managerial conspiracy to terminate her employment?
No,
Is there any conspiracy by management to discriminate against her based upon age?
no,
And again, was there one to discriminate against her based upon her being female?
no,
Was there any conspiracy against her to discriminate against her because she opposed a discriminatory practice?
no,
Were you aware of any unlawful discriminatory practices at Oshkosh while you were the warden?
no.
And I think you may have touched on this next question, but I just wanted to make sure I clarified it. Would individuals such as correctional officers or correctional sergeants be privy to any of the information, such as mitigating factors in a disciplinary investigation of another employee?
No, and they shouldn't be.
And when you have to, when you receive information about in a a possible work rule violation, is there some managerial discretion by you to determine whether or not to go ahead and launch an investigation about an employee's behavior?
There is some discretion, yes.
So it, I take it then there are some instances where there is not an investigation that would be launched. Is that accurate to say?
Yeah, there are times when something will happen in the institution and it's considered to potentially be a work rule violation. And based on, when there's been some mitigation, strong mitigation, at times we have not launched an investigation, or we will launch the investigation for the sake of getting it on paper. But based on the circumstances, the mitigation, there's no disciplinary action taken.
Um, I don't know if you're able to provide maybe an example of an issue where it wouldn't rise to the level of an investigation.
So one example really stands out in my mind. When I was at Dodge, there was a officer who, and the reason that this stands out in my mind is um, another warden questioned my actions, and I stood by my actions and defended my actions. And so what the circumstances was is we had I can't remember if he was an officer or sergeant. He was in the military. When he was in the military, he had a military dog with him, and the military dog came home with him. And he woke up that morning. He had a late sick call, and he woke up that morning and found his military dog had passed away unexpectedly. I made the decision that was absolutely not something that I was going to discipline him for. That was unexpected, and it was for him, that was quite a catastrophic event for him.
Thank you for that example. Oops. Could you tell us, do you routinely handle HIPAA related matters?
Um, it, generally speaking, I would say, handling HIPAA matters, probably not so much. There's the difference between me having to be aware of it and, understand, like our mandatory trainings on HIPAA, being able to identify when there's a potential, breach or protecting the information. But as far as handling HIPAA breaches, Other than filling out paperwork maybe 3 times in my entire career, that was about it.
And who's considered the subject matter sorry, I can't talk today. Who's the subject matter expert, with the DOC that usually handles those matters?
The HIPAA compliance officer.
Do you know who that is?
At the time, it was Linda Eggert. I have no idea who's in that position now.
Okay, I'm sorry, I should have worded that, better. And did you yourself investigate Ms. Ostrowski?
No,
And, do you yourself put together the investigation packet?
no,
Um, you indicated that you have about, you know, about 400 people that are supervising. Do you also supervise internal affairs?
no,
Um, so do you oversee the investigators that were assigned to her investigation that resulted in her termination?
no. The only thing that I do with internal affairs, what I would typically do is, um, it was in the most contact that I had with them, it was in the process of sending a packet that required to be sent to internal affairs. I would typically send that to Chrissy Preston, and then there were some other people, and then they would assign the investigators, and the investigators joined if there was an ERT or a DART. Um, but other than that, I didn't have any hands in internal affairs.
And just to clarify, so internal affairs interviewed you regarding um, this investigation. Um, did you have, other than once the um, recommendation for discipline came through, did you have any other participation in that actual investigation?
No,
And do you recall how many pages that investigation packet was?
it was large, but I couldn't even ballpark. It was a large investigation.
Okay. Is it fair to say that you aren't going to remember every single document or exhibit from every disciplinary investigation that you reviewed?
That would be virtually impossible for me.
I thank you. Um, sorry, I have to skip around. I have a lot of documents open. Um, sorry, I don't have the right. Very sorry. I'm trying to find a document to look at that has a list. I'd like to go to exhibit R31, please.
Okay, just one moment. Okay, I'm sharing R31 on the screen.
Ms. Evelyn, have you ever seen this email before? I'll give you a moment to review it.
Um, I'm not sure if I've ever seen that before. I'm not sure why I would have, but unless it's included in something and I'm just not recalling it.
Um, so in looking at this email, does it indicate what the date was that it was sent?
August 10th of 22.
And I don't necessarily need you to read everything out loud, but it- do you are you familiar with the facts that are mentioned in this document or the information or the incidents? I'm sorry. Do you need it larger? Because I think some
No,
of the
no,
okay, good.
I think I'm familiar with this.
Okay. So does it indicate who this document was sent from?
Um, Ms. Ostrowski.
And can you read what the two portion is?
It looks like lab report, legislator wisconsin.gov.
Um, so if you, I just ask you to look at the section underneath the signature. Um, does that, um, I don't know how to describe it, those words and the columns and things, does that look um, familiar?
Um, it looks as though it may have been an incident report.
And when you, what do you mean by an incident report?
Um, incidents reports are filed by any staff member in the institution, regarding, whether it's informational or, I mean, it, it's kind of in the name. It's an official way of documenting an incident.
Okay.
And we documented incident reports for a vast reasons.
Okay. So, just to clarify, does this document look like it's regarding an incident that Ms. Ostrowski asked you about regarding the X building?
Sure. Yep.
Um, was this related to um, the suicide of a person in your care?
Yes.
And so do you recall if Ms. Ostrowski was a part of X building at the time?
I I don't know. I don't believe so.
Um, so in terms of the the incident report, where are those kept? Is
Um,
there
in in the correctional database, Wix.
okay? So um, obviously, you didn't do it, but does it look to be consistent with something that could have been cut and pasted out of Wix?
I would based on what I'm looking at, yes.
So regardless of whether or not Ms. Ostrowski was in X building at the time or wasn't, is this appropriate for this information to be cut and pasted out of Wix and then sent in an email?
Um, I guess it's confusing to me as to why that I don't even know in the to line. I'm not even
Mm,
sure who that's going to.
mhm.
Um, so I'm confused as to what the purpose of it would be.
Okay. So, you indicated you're part of the death review team. Is that right?
Um, so when someone dies in the institution, regardless of death, there's what we call in the institution the mortality review.
Okay.
And then, and I was also part of the um, Committee on Inmate and Youth Death, which is an independent review of practitioners outside of the DOC to review every death in the DOC.
Was Ms. Ostrowski a part of either of those teams?
No.
So even as part of a death review team, is there some sort of documentation that all of the team members have to sign regarding confidentiality?
Um, I know that our signatures we had to sign as persons that were present for the review. Um, I can't honestly I can't remember if we were signing for our presence or if there's a clause where we were signing that it's confidential. But I would make the assumption, whether I can recall that there was actual writing about confidentiality, um, that was something that would be kept confidential,
Okay.
especially, you would speak about it with the persons that were in the room, which were mainly healthcare providers. Um, it was usually the security director, administrative captain, myself, a program supervisor. But because you didn't talk about it publicly, particularly before it would go to the Committee on Inmate and Youth Death, so that independent review took place before there was big discussion about any reviews or considerations or recommendations.
Okay. Thank you. And I don't know if you would know this, but is it fair to say that if the incident happened on August 8th, that the reviews of the mortality would be completed by August 10th?
I'm sorry, can you repeat your question?
Yes, I'm sorry.
That's
Um,
okay.
I don't know if you know this, but would the review of the incident have been completed within 2 days?
The review of the incident,
The,
I don't know that it would have been completed in 2 days, and certainly not the death review.
okay, thank you. Would there be any reason for um, a correctional sergeant or another individual to go in to access this information and send it in an email to anyone?
I don't know what the reason would be.
All right, thank you. We can stop sharing that if that's okay. I'm just double checking. I do not have any further questions.
Ms. Ostrowski, do you have any additional questions for Ms. Eplet?
Yes, I do. Could you please bring up R31 again?
Sure. Right, that's up on the screen.
Thank you. So, Ms. Eplet, did you state that you were on a special committee for mortality review?
So there's a mortality review that's conducted at the institution. And then I was part of the committee on inmate and youth death. That's it's an independent review. Um, that I mean, there's representatives from the DOC, but there's physicians that are practitioners in the community. There's a forensic pathologist from UW. There's a nurse. There was a firefighter that was on there. So representatives from the institutions in different disciplines and then representatives from the community.
So, do you recall were the police reports of this hanging reviewed by you and the mortality review?
Oh, I can't remember. I really can't. I
Oh,
can't remember what was all in that packet.
okay. Um, if you read over this email to yourself, do you see where complainant reported that right now all of the X building staff were individually recognized for their job performance in X building? Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
So all of the X building staff were uh individually recognized for their exceptional job performance, and that was in the unit that the inmate hung himself, correct?
Um, I'm not, when it says right now, all of the X building staff are being individually recognized for job performance, do you mean like generally speaking or relative to the hanging incident?
Yes. Do you recall Unit Manager Kathy Stabel emailing all of the X building staff, praising them for a job well done on how they handled things with the inmate hanging?
I don't recall that email.
Okay. Um, are you familiar with the legislative um audit committee?
Sure,
Okay, and you see in that email, it's the legislative Wisconsin. You see that in the email
I
address?
do. Yes.
Okay. So in the body of that incident report, can you tell me the two male X building staff? Can you tell me if that inmate that was hanging was cut down with the 911 knife prior to responders arriving?
Objection relevance.
I'm not sure, but you can just answer the question at this point.
This is a comparator, a direct
That's
comparator.
fine. I said she can answer the question.
I'm
Okay.
sorry. Cindy, can you repeat what you asked?
Yes. So if you can notice in this report, it identifies the third responding staff member to the emergency call that this inmate was found hanging in the X building shower. Can you tell me, did the two male staff who were with that hanging inmate, did they cut the ligature around his neck prior to a third person arriving?
Mm, I honestly can't remember. Are you saying that that's in this part of the
Oh,
incident
yes.
report?
Oh, yes, it's there. It states the name of the two staff.
Okay.
So do you see where the third person responding observed these two male staff standing next to the inmate that was hanging, correct?
Well, it said, I assisted Sergeant Deschler, CO, and I assisted holding inmate up above the, and Peterson used the 911 knife to cut.
Yes, so they waited for a third person to arrive, correct?
Um, it looks as though the third person used the knife, the 911 knife.
No, the third person helped hold the inmate up.
I don't think that was a question.
So what I'm getting to, Ms. Epplett, do you recall DOC staff being trained? It's in the Oshkosh Correctional Institution armory where the dummy is hanging, and DOC staff are trained that in case of an emergency of an inmate found hanging, if the area is secure, we were trained to for one person to hold the inmate up and use the 911 knife in the other hand to cut the ligature. Do you recall one person being trained to cut the ligature and lower the inmate to the ground?
I, in all honesty, I can't, I can't recall exactly what the training was.
Okay. Do you agree that it was a great cause of concern when this report shows that that inmate remained hanging with two male staff standing next to him when he could have been cut down minutes prior?
Yeah, I mean, it would be a concern because, I mean, at the very least, I know enough about the recollection of a training that you're gonna elevate the person to take the tension off of the neck.
Yes.
That's fundamental in responding, but the
Yes.
actual technique, I couldn't actually speak to the training of the technique, but fundamentally, it's raise the body to take the tension off.
Yes. And you see in this email as well that a male sergeant had been sharing with staff that he had been repeatedly removing the cover from that security mirror in X building. Do you see that as well?
In I'm sorry, in the email, right?
In the top, yes.
Yeah, yep.
And do you recall it being introduced into an exhibit where male Sergeant Harriet informed Kathy Stabel that he also in September of 2021 had informed Unit Manager Stabel that inmates were covering that mirror with paper and toothpaste?
Yep. Yes, that was a problem.
Yes, yes. And do you recall in the exhibits with the police reports where it detailed that the inmate hung for 2 hours? And
Objection. Sorry, go ahead, Cindy.
do you recall the amount of time in that police report that was referenced that that inmate hung in the shower?
I don't recall, generally speaking, I don't recall the police report.
Okay. Can we bring up C10?
Okay, just a moment.
And the time at the bottom of the form, Ms. Epplett, is highlighted there. How often are X building staff required to do security rounds?
General population would be, every hour.
And are they required to also walk through the shower areas?
Bathroom and showers.
Yes, correct. So now can you please note the last time that that inmate was observed on camera and the time that the police were contacted, it's all in that highlighted area.
Mhm. So there's a 12:53:17 into the bathroom shower area at 12:53:17. Blank is no longer seen after this Oshkosh Police Department time of call was at 3:40 a.m.
So, Ms. Eplet, did you do a mortality review of this incident?
Yes, a mortality review was conducted at the institution, and this was discussed at COIYD, but to remember the details is going to be very difficult for me.
All I'm wondering is, were these two male staff, one male sergeant, one male officer, who clearly it was shown did not do rounds through the shower and X building
Eh,
and did not cut the inmate down, were they placed under investigation?
eh, I'm gonna object. Facts not in evidence.
I
And
guess let's just focus on, were these two individuals investigated?
They were not. What was the some of the conclusion that was drawn was that it was a training issue that um, whether or not um, staff should be doing rounds in the bathrooms and in the shower area. Some staff were reluctant to do that because they were concerned about PREA and getting PREA allegations or PREA complaints alleged against them. It was in some regard, I remember it being a training issue as well for um, how security should be going into the bathrooms, and it is not a PREA violation to go into the bathrooms or the shower areas to do rounds.
And that was male staff, correct?
Uh, in this incident, that was my understanding.
Only male staff can go do rounds in the showers and the bathrooms, correct?
Unless it's only a female staff member, is my recollection. But female staff members, as far as I know or remember, if that is only a female officer or sergeant, yes, they can do that. That's not a violation of PREA.
So there were male staff refusing to do rounds in the bathrooms and showers, correct?
eh,
And that was, what was the training issue?
I don't know that they refused or if it was a lack of understanding of what they should and shouldn't be doing. And what recall to rectify that was I believe the security director sent an email out reiterating this is not a PREA violation. You can go into the bathrooms, you can go into the showers. Um, and if somebody in population wants to make a PREA allegation, then let them make the PREA allegation, but that was part of the job.
Do you know how many times uh security director Tony sent out reminders for male staff to do rounds through the showers and bathrooms? Was it prior to this incident and after?
Well, she shook her head first, so you don't recall how many emails he sent out?
Oh, well, to follow with your follow-up question, was it before or after? I honestly do not recall emails going out prior to the incident. I recall the incident prompting clarification.
Ms. Brown, can you please bring up complainant exhibit 12? Ms. Eplet, the important thing about these reminders is the dates they were sent. Can you identify the date that there, I believe there's two emails here, because does it appear as though ML Tony, security director, sent the same email a second time a couple years later.
It looks like this is the first one you're referring to then.
Yep.
Yeah, I wasn't at Oshkosh in 2018, so it
Yep.
does, but yes, certainly he sent this in 2018.
So do you see April 6th, I believe it is, 2018?
Correct.
And then if we can scroll up, and then what is this date?
August 18th of 2022.
Okay. And then if we can go to complainant exhibit C13, please. Ms. Eplet, can you identify what this email is regarding?
Security rounds of bathrooms and showers.
What's the date of this email?
Um, it says Thursday, December 2, and then I've got this recording and transcription thing, and okay, let me get that out of there. Okay. Um, December 28th of 2023.
So with Security Director Tony having to send this multiple times, why were there never any consequences for male staff who were refusing to do rounds through the showers and bathrooms?
I'm going to object to the question. I don't think that's in evidence. And I also am objecting relevance at this point.
Yeah, I mean, do you know, Miss Eplet, if there were any consequences other than these emails for officers who didn't do rounds?
Um, I don't know of anyone who was disciplined for not doing rounds in the bathrooms or the showers. If there was, I am really not recalling, but I don't recall anybody being disciplined for not doing rounds of the bathroom or the shower area, which may be why this was repeatedly having to be sent out. Well, repeatedly isn't fair, but multiple times being sent out.
So are you stating that there were no disciplinary consequences for
It-
the male staff? So that's why the reminders had to be sent out?
it-
I can't
I
say that. Oh, I'm sorry.
go ahead.
I can't say if it was male or female staff refusing. I can't say if it was a male or female refusing, or if it was male or female who was reluctant or hesitant to go into the showers or the bathrooms because of the PREA allegations that, in some cases, inevitably were sure to be followed. So I don't know that people refused or if they didn't understand what the scope of the round could be, or if they were just hesitant. um, I can't say.
Can you read the bold sentence across the center there?
Male staff entering the bathroom is not a violation of PREA, and it is necessary to ensure we're covering all areas.
So that would make it pretty clear that male staff were not making rounds through the bathrooms. Is that correct?
Uh,
Uh,
Objection, facts not in evidence.
If you know the answer, you can go ahead.
Yeah, the only thing that I was going to say is I can't speak to why this was sent out. I don't know what prompted this. If there was another incident where somebody didn't go into the bathroom, or failed to make a round of the shower area, or if we were going to be having a PREA audit coming up and these were just reminders throughout the institution in preparation for a PREA audit. I really can't say.
Okay. Um, Moving on, are you aware that complainant's litigation only occurred after her termination?
I-
I'm not. I'm sorry, I'm not understanding.
During Ms. Zacard's examination of you, she brought up um me sending the screenshots due to litigation. So are you aware that complainant's litigation only occurred after she was terminated?
So are you asking me if I remember the sequence of events that and when your litigation start? And when you say litigation, you mean filing with WERC and ERD? I'm not
Do
sure I
you
can.
do you consider complainant's first equal rights division complaint she filed regarding the dismissed conduct reports, would you consider that litigation?
I'm not. I would. I don't know if I would have used the word litigation, but I mean, if I probably would have used the word complaint, but I don't know. The the filing of it and the distinction of what we're calling it. I'm not sure how to determine what it was.
Is filing with the equal rights division, is that a protected activity for
And
a state
again,
employee?
Miss Ostrowski, that is for the hearing on the merits. Whether or
Okay,
not you filed a complaint, there's been a finding of probable cause. Again, this hearing should be
okay,
sex, age, and opposing discrimination.
okay. Thank you. I apologize. Was insubordination a part of complainant's termination?
No,
Were you suggesting that complainant was insubordinate?
Objection, facts not in evidence.
You can answer the question. Go ahead.
um, to today was I suggesting
Yes.
that you were terminated because of insubordination?
No, were you suggesting during the examination of with Ms. Descartes, were you suggesting that complainant was insubordinate?
Um, I'm trying to think of between yesterday and today. Um, I there, but there was a weren't we talking about there was an insubordination incident between with you and another unit manager, or no? Or no?
Well, that's what I'm asking you because Ms. Descartes asked you multiple questions about insubordination. So I was asking you, were you suggesting to Ms. Descartes that complainant was insubordinate?
Um, what I would specifically, the insubordination that I would have talked about that is factual would have been during that previous discipline. But am I suggesting that you're insubordinate um, with other actions that you took? I don't know if it would be insubordination or if it would be, I'm not sure what to call some of it, to be honest. Um, I
Would
mean, could somebody say that some of the tone and context was kind of setting an undercurrent and undermining a supervisor? Maybe, but I don't know if that's the exact same thing as insubordination either.
would you say that complainants' reports were in good faith for the safety concerns of inmates and staff?
Objection, vagueness.
You can
Need.
answer. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Cindy, can you repeat that just so I'm making sure I understand?
Were the reports, because you, in complainants' pre-disciplinary comments and in your interviews, there was the statements of false allegations. So were complainants' reports found to be factual?
What reports?
The false, those allegations that you claimed were false, were those found to be factual?
Some of the things that you brought forward were factual. Some of the things that you brought forward were not factual.
Can you
Um,
identify which things were not factual?
there were the one that comes to mind is allegations of Deputy Warden Zanin stalking females, being inappropriate with females, um, and that was investigated and found that there was no work rule violations that were found. So it was things like that.
What was since you brought him up, what was Deputy Warden Jim Zannon, what was he investigated for before he retired?
Objection, I think this is getting outside the scope of redirect and not relevant.
It is, but at the same time, at this point, I just want her to get through her questioning. So if you know, let's just get it done.
Hmm. So before his before he retired, there was a concern brought forward by a supervisor of I'm trying to think exactly what it was. Um, the the content of it kind of escapes me, but it was the supervisor thought that it was for Deputy Warden Zannon demeaning behavior, um, using foul language, be ridiculing, um, non-gender conformist, um, speaking ill of the mentally ill. I believe that's the essence of it.
And then Mr. Zannon abruptly retired, correct?
Objection, speculation.
Did he retire?
I could bring
Let's
up the disciplinary sheet.
let's just I think the issue is you're adding words. Like all you have to say is, did he retire? Did he retire after the investigation, Miss Eplet?
I think I think he retired during. I honestly I can't remember if there was an outcome, but his retirement wasn't spontaneous. His retirement was well calculated years in advance, for when he was going to retire. But I, I honestly I can't remember if there was an outcome or if he retired prior to.
So you just stated that complainants' reports of Jim Zannon were false, but yet you just stated that he was under investigation when he retired for all of those things of misconduct. Is that correct?
What the issues that I believe had been brought forward previously had nothing to do with this particular investigation. This was a unit manager who came forward with complaints.
Okay, perfect. Um, you stated that who are the staff that you recall spreading rumors and gossip?
Um, Over the years, there was various staff. I mean, I mean, I wouldn't be able to even begin to name all of the people.
As
Um,
warden, did you keep track of rumors and gossip?
what do you mean by keeping track?
Well, did you keep track? Because it was mentioned throughout my disciplinary packet, rumors and gossip. So did you keep track of rumors and gossip in any way?
No.
Do you believe complainant was spreading rumors?
So what I believe is um, that what was spread by complainant was versions of what people would report, whether or not it was, it was from their perspective, but whether or not that was always an accurate portrayal of what had happened, um, came into question for me. and their portrayal of what had happened became the narrative that was repeated. And so that was what was concerning for me, is that there was, I can, generally speaking, I can say that there were times that I heard, a rumor, and I can't nail down one thing right now, but I can, I have the sense that when I would hear these things, that often I would think, okay, that's not the entire story. That is not true. Um, and so that was my experience.
How would you know those reports were not true if you did not have an investigation done?
Well, so it would be a matter of, if I was in the room and we had a conversation with an employee, and the employee walked out and told people that they were berated and screamed at, and then that was the rumor, and I was in the room and no one was berating or screaming. So that would be a frustration for me, because that is not what happened and that is not factual. Now, granted, somebody's perception, and perception is everything, and I get that, but at the same time, it was the frustration of the inaccurate portrayal of what had really happened in the conversation.
So is your version the only non-rumor version of the truth?
Argumentative.
It is. We're crossing the line now, Miss Ostrowski.
Okay, I apologize. So you had mentioned with your questioning with Ms. Zacard, confidentiality in investigations. Could you expand on that, please? The subject of an investigation, how is confidentiality protected?
Well, the subject of an investigation, I mean, the person who's under investigation, um, confidentiality is protected if they don't speak about it. But, otherwise, confidentiality is basically, it's at everybody's, um, it, everybody is told that it should be kept confidential. But beyond that, there's no way of enforcing if it's not kept confidential. But that is certainly because you need things to be confidential, because otherwise, it can muddy the waters, and you want it to be a clean investigation without rumors or breaches of confidentiality. So, but again, I mean, you can only tell people that, and if people don't abide by that, it's very difficult to enforce people not discussing something that they shouldn't be discussing publicly.
You, in your discussion with Ms. Zacard, you stated that you worked at Oak Hill Correctional Institution as the warden, correct?
Correct.
Is it a work rule violation to discuss another employee's investigation?
It depends on who you're discussing it with.
Okay. So while you were warden at Oak Hill Correctional Institution, do you recall your female security director, Becky Blodgett, being under investigation?
Yes.
Do you remember discussing her confidential investigation with security director Emil Tony at Oshkosh?
Objection. Relevance.
You can answer if you can recall. Go ahead. But I will note that we are getting way off target. And again, you were confident we were going to finish today. I don't think
Yes.
we're going to get through 3 more witnesses if we keep digging up all of this stuff.
Okay.
So you can answer the question.
I do not recall during an investigation discussing anything with Emil Tony, but Emil Tony, I believe, was Security Director Blodgett's representative during some of the. There was more than one investigation, but I don't remember if he was a representative for anything more than one, but discussing the investigation with him, I don't recall outside of the investigation process.
Okay. Um, is gossiping or spreading rumors, is that a work rule violation?
I believe it is.
And what would that, do you know what that would fall under?
Ooh, I I'm not sure what work rule number it was or is, but I'm pretty sure it's spelled out in one of the work rules.
Okay. Because you said that the rumors and gossip were very damaging to the institution. Is male staff fraternizing with inmates, is that damaging to the institution?
Anybody fraternizing with an inmate could have will have an impact.
When a PIOC is assaulted, does that impact the population?
Certainly,
When an inmate commits suicide, does that impact morale?
certainly.
When a female officer is sexually assaulted by a coworker, does that affect morale?
I would any average person would have to say yes.
If dates are wrong throughout complainant's disciplinary packet, how does that packet support complainant's skip and termination?
I'm going to let her answer the question because this has been a theme for the last 2 days. And so if you can just answer the question, Miss Eplet.
So any discrepancy, any dates that appear as though there's discrepancies, that I don't have an explanation for that.
Okay. And lastly, how does one recognize good faith in the prison system?
Um, can you give that some more context so I'm understanding?
Would good faith reporting pertain to being concerned about inmate safety?
I mean, I think that anytime in a prison in a prison environment, anybody who brings forward any issue, concern, question, um, I would have to, at face value, believe that it is in good faith. Um, it depends on what starts out what's brought forward and how it's handled or how it's reconciled or remedied or not remedied. Um, that would play into the good faith. But I mean, generally speaking, when people bring issues forward, that's for everyone's safety and security. And we have to start from a place of this is in good faith.
Thank you so much. All done.
All right. Anything else, Attorney Zacard?
Sorry. I just have to look. Um, Ms. Ostrowski asked some questions about uh, police investigation regarding the incident in X building. Um, you have any concerns that this email that she sent could interfere with that process? If you're able to
Um,
answer.
the 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 email that was to the Legislative Audit Bureau, was it the Legislative Audit Bureau, that one?
Yeah, yes.
I guess I would just question why it was sent to them. Why an external agency had to have been notified. I'm not looking for an answer. I'm just saying I don't know why that would have to have been sent.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any other questions, Ms. Ostrowski?
No, ma'am.
All right, then, Miss Eplet, you can disconnect. Just please don't talk about your testimony with anybody because, like I mentioned, we got a couple more witnesses to get to.
Not a problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Right. So, Miss Ostrowski, I think for the most part, I went through like general questions with you, and you said you wanted to go through all of your exhibits and kind of explain them to me and, why you wanted me to consider them. I'm assuming that's going to take a little bit of time, so we could probably take a short break, and then if we want to come back, I don't know that we're going to get through all of your testimony. We could probably get through all of your direct, but then Attorney Zacard is going to have a chance to question you. So I guess we'll have to maybe see how late it gets because, like I said, I don't think we're going to be able to finish today with Attorney Zacard still having two of her own witnesses. But as long as you guys are willing, we can see if we can get through all of Miss Ostrowski's testimony yet today.
Could I do mine at the end and we can get in the two witnesses?
Typically, you have to put all your evidence in first. After their witnesses go, you'll have an opportunity. If there's anything else you want to add on rebuttal, you can definitely
Okay.
do that. But typically, you would need to put all your witnesses in first and technically like rest your case, and then
Okay.
they can put on their case. And then, like I said, you can put on rebuttal evidence.
Okay. Yeah, if you just want to ask me questions, we'll just go about that. And if there's anything I feel that like I would want to get in at the end, then I'll try to do that as efficiently as possible.
All right, why don't we take just a short break, maybe like 10 minutes or so, and then we can come back and do your questioning then.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Right. I think we're back. So let me go back on the record. All right, so we're back on the record after taking a break. And as I said to you, Miss Ostrowski, we can just continue on with your um, direct examination. So you still are under oath to tell the truth. I think we let off, we were talking about the conduct reports, and we were talking about your exhibit 64. I can share that on the screen. Um, I I don't know if there's anything more you want to talk about. We were talking about
Yeah, we can move on.
you're fine, you don't need to talk anymore about this.
No.
Okay. Um I was looking over your discrimination complaint, and there's been, a number of evidence that you've introduced through other witnesses about comparators and different individuals. In your complaint itself, you mentioned let me see here. I just lost their names. There was one name that I don't know that there's been testimony about. And maybe it is, but it might just be something that we didn't refer to the person. But you were in your complaint, you talk about, well, you actually said it was after your termination of employment, but there was an individual, Michalik, Michalek, corrections
Yes.
officer. Um, is anything that any of the exhibits and documents that you've already shown the other witnesses, was any of that involving that individual?
No.
Okay, so what do you want to tell me about that individual as a comparator, based on your knowledge, something they did, and I'm assuming, is that a male individual?
Yes, it is.
So what is it about something they did that you feel is a comparator for purposes of how you were treated with regards to having to skip to a termination, or as a way of discipline?
Um, he he was, and I actually, after my termination, I actually got in contact with him, so I actually have spoken to him in person. Um, but he was known for sleeping. He
Okay.
was caught multiple times sleeping by supervisors, by other staff. And on this particular incident, he was asleep in K building and skipped multiple rounds as an inmate was had cut his wrist and was bleeding out in his cell. And the male officer, never went on a round. So the inmate came out of his cell to get help and collapsed down the stairs. And that male officer was the next night put in control center to work, was not put on administrative leave, and the inmate survived, but it was the inmate falling down the stairs that woke this officer up. So
Okay.
that was another example of a comparator for a male staff member.
Okay. You also mentioned, I believe I saw Lofgren's name. I know that there's documents and things like
Yes.
that regarding him, and fraternization.
Yep.
Let's see here. And you wrote in your complaint, Michalik was encouraged to resign. You said he
Yes.
was, well, I guess
Yes.
what do you know about the any kind of discipline or any kind of investigation that was done for him?
He told me he was encouraged to resign.
I know you're gonna say it's hearsay, and I'll note the hearsay
Yes.
objection.
Yes.
Um, and then you also put here, and I think there's been testimony about this already, of Lofgren was allowed to continue working.
Yes.
Um, and your point in using at least them in your complaint was that you weren't given that option. That why don't we talk a little bit about the termination? I mean, I guess we could take a step back. You've provided the document, and I forgot what number it is now, but it's the pre-disciplinary report with your statement.
Yes.
I guess we could probably get into a little bit about, I guess, first of all, what what kind of notice were you given that you were being investigated, and for what? Like, how did that all come about?
I was notified by internal affairs. Um, I believe it was November. I was given notice that there was going to be an investigatory interview December, I believe it was like December 12th or 15th of 2022.
And at that time that you were informed by internal affairs that there was going to be this investigatory meeting, were you given any information as to why that was going to happen?
I don't believe so. And even up until there were so many accusations that they were asking me about, it was very confusing to even know what the incident was. Everything was very vague, and so it was very difficult to address, like, there was the false allegations. So it was very difficult to navigate through all of that. There was so much in these predisciplinary documents, and it appears that they focused on the HIPAA breach ultimately.
So you have a meeting either December 12th or December 15th of 2022. Um, and you said it was with internal affairs. Do you remember who it was that you met with?
Romanesco, and I can't remember the other lady's name, but they both retired in January of 23. So
Okay.
then two different investigators, Mosconis and Polson, were then doing the investigation.
So getting let's starting with the investigation that happened in December of 2022. You said there were a lot of accusations. It was very vague, very confusing. So, to the best of your recollection, what do you recall being asked of you in that meeting? And if you need me to look at one of your exhibits, I can.
Um, the biggest thing was uh me sending the screenshots to the ERD investigator. Um, and that was July 28th, and that was the night that Lieutenant LeBron uh started yelling into the telephone stating that I was threatening him, and I said I was not. And he hung up the phone. I believed honestly at that moment that I was going to be walked out of the institution.
Okay. And I know that there's been some testimony from LeBron about um, that conversation. Why don't you tell me what happened during that conversation that you had with him?
I had come into the unit and the staff had the inmate's face card out, and they were shocked that this conduct report had been dismissed.
And which conduct
Especially
that's the one, uh, which
the
one is that?
July 24th with um the inmate with multiple disobeying orders charges
Okay,
in there.
okay.
Um and the inmate was a challenge on the unit behaviorally. So the unit staff knew that I had written the inmate this ticket, and when I walked in, the staff had the face card of that inmate um with the entry side up, because we would handwrite conduct report this date for disobeying orders and our name. And on the face card, there was a line drawn through it, and it said dismissed per Lieutenant LeBron. And that never happened. Like, if it was dismissed, a supervisor would not, like, go to those lengths to say, put my name on it. And so it was very shocking, not only to the other staff, but to me. And that inmate started acting up quite severely, because it was like he was actually watching as I walked into the unit. Because as I was the staff were informing me and I was scanning the day room, he was staring and laughing and pointing, and had made a comment after the first shift staff left, um, you know, mocking me and telling me that it got dismissed.
So the inmate knew already that it had been dismissed?
Oh yeah, uh he walked up and asked to meet with Lieutenant LeBron. So he went into an unassigned area to meet with Lieutenant LeBron and complain about me.
Okay.
And just like Lieutenant LeBron testified, when he would say things like, I nitpicked, those are things that the inmates that had behavioral issues would say. When I would enforce the rules, they called it nitpicking.
All right. So you learned that this had been dismissed. What do
Yep.
you do then? What do you do after you learn that it's been dismissed?
The inmate, the inmate, like anytime a conduct report would get dismissed, the inmate's behavior would definitely escalate. Their misbehavior would escalate. And as I said, I was so used to it depended on who the supervisor was that heard the conduct report. I was used to the conduct reports getting dismissed depending on who the supervisor was. So I would tell the inmates when they were acting up and they'd be like, "Oh, what are you gonna do now?" I'd get called a bitch. "Oh, bitch, what are you gonna do now? Your tickets don't stick." I would tell the inmates, I'd say, "I'm not gonna stop writing the tickets. Like, if you continue violating these rules, I will continue to write those tickets." Because what would happen is when inmates would get a ticket dismissed, many staff would stop writing them.
Okay.
Okay, can I know you don't wanna hear me make objections, but, I there are a lot of things that are being said that are hearsay that I I don't know if you want me to make a standing objection to everything that's hearsay that's not supported.
That might be
Um,
the easiest way of doing it at
um,
this point. Yeah.
yeah, because I mean, we'll never get done, but I would just like that noted for the
Sure.
record.
No, that's fine. I can note that standing objection for the record. Um, and I guess, Ms. Ostrowski, what I want to focus on is your conversation with LeBron. It sounds like you had a conversation with him about this being dismissed. So what happened there?
I called him on the phone and I asked him how he could dismiss this. And he stated he reviewed the camera and he did not see the inmate's ID in his hand. And that was
And
the whole thing.
that was the
Sorry.
purpose of the conduct report, is that the inmate had his ID in his hand.
Yes, and they're supposed to wear them around their necks, like I had mentioned with emergencies. Um, Clearly, there was no inmates in the day room. The E39 camera, clear view of the inmate's hand with the ID dangling. And so that's what made that so hard for me.
Okay. So then he explained, or that's what he gives as the reason why he dismissed it. What did you say then, if you said anything?
I said, now you're involved because I knew that I was going to be now including Lieutenant LeBron in the ERD complaint I had already filed.
Okay. And I think in the email that you showed to Lieutenant LeBron, I think I think it was his email that he had sent. He said you made a comment twice. Now, I think and I can bring it up if I can find it real quick. Which one was that? Okay, I think it was 68, maybe. Let me just go down there. Just one second. I'm almost got the document here. Okay, I'm going to share with you. This is Complainants Exhibit 68. And this, I believe, is the email that Lieutenant LeBron sent to James Zanin, Sue Booker, Emil Tony, and Cheryl Eplet about his conversation with you that evening. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And now you just testified that you said that now you're involved to him.
Or this is coming back to you. I'm sorry.
So that was going to be what I was going to say, because in his email he says you stated this is coming back to you. So
Yes,
is that
correct.
you agree that's what you told him?
Yes.
Okay. And then he says you said it again. So do you recall saying it once or twice?
And he asked me what?
Yeah.
And again, I stated, this is coming back to you.
Is that accurate? Do you recall if that's how it happened?
Yes,
Okay.
I said that. He said, what? I said it again. And then that was when he asked me if I was threatening him.
And you replied no, it says here.
Correct.
And then he says he wrote, I think this conversation should end now. Goodbye. And you said bye, and that was it. Is that what happened, or was there more to that conversation?
He hung up the phone.
Without saying goodbye, or I think
Oh
this
yeah, he hung up the phone because that was when he said, he like loudly stated or yelled that, "Are you threatening me?" I said no, and he hung up. And that's what made me feel that I was getting walked out.
Now this happened on July 28th, 2022.
Correct.
Did you have any conversations with anybody about this after this, prior to like getting into the disciplinary meeting and things like that? Is this ever brought up again prior to that?
Oh yes, I emailed Cooper. Um, that was in the emails, the exhibits that we already entered in.
Okay.
Um, and I explained that he had stated that I was threatening him, and I mean, I took that seriously because I knew that if he was able to perceive that as a threat, and he was in the security suite, so he was in with other supervisors. The number I called was the security suite phone number. So there would be, I believe there was 3 desks. So there could be up to 3 or more supervisors, captains and lieutenants in that room at a time.
So you think there would have been witnesses to the conversation?
Oh
Is that what
yeah.
you're saying?
Oh yes. Just to his end of the call, which was him saying I threatened him.
Okay. Anything else about this conversation, this incident you want to tell me about?
Um no, just that after that I emailed investigator Ferguson immediately, and I let him know that I believed I was going to be walked out. And that's when I sent the screenshots, because the only access I had, the only time I worked on my ERD complaint was when I was at work on night shift when the inmates were sleeping, because I did not want to bring the stress home. So I did all of my communication with Equal Rights Division investigator Ferguson from work.
Okay. So, but if I understand your testimony correctly, it was on July 28th, 2022, that evening, that you sent the screenshot to him of, well, what exactly was the screenshot? I guess I don't know that we've had, and I don't want to get too much into that, but because, like I said, I think that's more for the merits hearing. But could you just kind of summarize what the screenshot was that you sent to him?
I sent the list of conduct reports. I screenshotted the conduct reports because Deputy Warden Jim Zanin had also deleted one of my conduct reports that I had in draft. And when I went to finish that conduct report, it was gone. So I emailed uh, Captain Boobles, and then he got back to me and said that the ticket was deleted, that Zanin cleaned up the drafts. And when I went back to the drafts area of the conduct reports, there were still so many conduct reports left in draft. He only deleted mine.
Okay.
So that was when I sent the screenshots. And also the lower bunk, lower tier of the inmate, because like I had testified, that was an elderly inmate who had a difficult time getting around, and he bypassed me as the sergeant, went to the unit manager to get permission to pass contraband and go up the stairs to pass it. And this was something that the inmates would, a couple inmates would regularly do. They would go to the male unit manager because he would give them permission to do things that I would not allow.
Okay. So you sent that information to Eric Ferguson as well about that incident?
Yes, because immediately when that incident happened, I emailed Security Director Tony and I said, I'm concerned Unit Manager Jeff Lawrence is fraternizing with this inmate. He gave him permission to pass contraband. He endangered his safety. And the response I got was, it is my place to respect my supervisors, and Tony supports his supervisors 100%.
Okay. Did you send anything else to Eric Ferguson that evening?
Um, honestly, it was as much as I could think of that was pertinent to my complaint, because I believed it was going to be the last time I was able to have access. And I already knew that that lower bunk, lower tier was not a HIPAA violation.
How
Like I
did
had
you know?
stated
How
in
did you
my,
know that?
well, like I stated in my, my pre-disciplinary, response, um,
Okay. Which document is that again?
C-19.
Okay, let me just bring that up then. Okay, so C-19 is up on the screen and we're looking at your employee response.
Yes.
And just before we get into that, um, is this a verbatim like report of what you told those investigators?
Yes.
So was this something that you wrote, or was this something that you said like that was being recorded?
Yes.
It was this the latter part that you were saying this, they recorded it and then they took what you've said on that was recorded and put it here.
Yes, because you can kind of see they even included like the pauses and the ums and the
That's what
ahs and stuff. Yeah.
that's why I was asking because I thought I was just wanting to make sure. So all right then. So you were talking about the HIPAA violation or it not being a HIPAA violation. Go ahead.
Yes. Um, because uh Officer Ian Van Rossum was my representative, and he worked in the health services unit. And so he had spoken to nurses. Dr. Sheeran is mentioned in here. That they verified that special handling information is not HIPAA protected because all state employees have access to all of those on the list.
Okay.
And also in my, I believe it was C6 um exhibit, that was my email to the internal affairs investigator, and I actually quoted a policy. I believe it was page 3, and it's highlighted, of where it concerns the safety of an inmate.
So this section, correctional institutions and other law enforcement custodial situations, this is what you're talking about?
Correct.
And you said this email that is your exhibit 6 was to Who, Romanesco's, you said that was one of the investigators, the internal affairs investigators. It also looks like you copied Eric Ferguson as well.
Correct.
Okay. So, okay, we were looking at that section down here, about, permitted disclosures.
Yes.
What else did you want to say on that?
Just that I included that in, I can't quite read it. I put my exhibits back neatly and now I don't have it in front of me, but um I believe it states, oh yes, the health and safety, um so it's our responsibility to protect the health and safety of those that are in our care. So it was not a violation of HIPAA. And also, um, I want to state that HIPAA applies to covered entities, healthcare providers, doctors, hospitals, pharmacies that transmit health information electronically. Health plans, insurers, Medicare, and healthcare clearinghouses, as well as their business associates, contractors handling patient data. It protects all patient health information, and employers generally HR records are not covered. Um, Health trackers or apps not directly linked.
Where are you reading from? Are you reading from this or
No,
some?
no, I'm just I'm reading from something the HIPAA guidelines that Deb sent to me.
Okay, okay.
Wait, if she's just reading from that document, I would object to that, all of that being I would want it stricken.
Right, right. I think, we're talking about what you either put in an email
Okay,
or what you informed the investigators. So yeah, I mean, if you
okay,
didn't
got you.
explain that to them at that time, then
Okay,
we'll strike that from the record. So,
all right.
um, okay, we were talking about the pre-disciplinary meeting. Then we kind of jumped over here to this. So let me just double check because this email here, like I said, went to Amy Romanesco on December 18th of 2022. So
Yes.
this appears to be after you had that investigatory meeting and you provided that statement that's part of the pre-disciplinary report, correct?
Prior to the pre-disciplinary meeting was in March.
Oh, okay. So, but you had an investigatory meeting on December 15th. Um,
And then this is a response after I learned what all was involved in this investigation. This was my response.
okay. So after you email this to Amy Romanesco, do you have another conversation with her then? Or
No, they retired. Both of the investigators had retired in January.
all right. So then you have new investigators assigned in January, you said. Do you have a meeting at some point with them then?
I believe the next meeting was the March, it says March 8th, 22, but then it says March 9th, 23 up in the interview date.
And which exhibit is that again?
C19.
Okay. Let me just get there then. So this is the pre-disciplinary meeting then. The first
Correct.
one was just an investigatory meeting. This is a pre-disciplinary meeting. And this is with, you said Matthew Paulson and Sarah Moskanis.
Correct.
And again, Ian Van Rossum is your representative.
Correct.
And
Is
now,
the I'm sorry to
go ahead.
interrupt. I just want to, do you have C19 up on the screen? Because my screen looks frozen.
Yep. Yep. It
I
should
don't
be on the
know.
screen. Do you see that, Miss Ostrowski?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, my screen's frozen. Everybody's frozen. Um,
If you need to like disconnect and reconnect, you can do that. We can take a short pause.
okay, I'm sorry. It just everybody's frozen.
Okay.
Okay, I'll be right back. Thanks.
Okay, sure. All right, let me bring her back in, see if that makes a difference for her. Did that help? Do you see the document now? Or are we
Oh.
still frozen?
It's now I have just your initials
So you
and
can
no
see us?
picture. Yeah, I can't. I don't know if you can see me.
Yeah,
Oh, you
it,
can?
we
Okay.
can see you.
Yeah. Okay, but it just shows your initials in the circle.
Okay. Do you have the documents up? Can you like bring them up on your screen so you kind of can follow along with us?
Yeah, let me pull it up. It was C19, right?
Yeah, yeah, the
Okay.
pre-disciplinary meeting report.
Okay. Okay, I found it. Thank
All
you.
right. And Ms. Ostrowski, I know you started to say that there was, one date under the employee response, another date in the interview date on the top. Um, which one was the correct date, if you remember?
Um, I would guess that it would be the 3/8 of
Three,
22.
that's when you had this pre-disciplinary
Or
meeting?
no, I'm sorry, 3/8 of 23, I believe it would have been.
Okay, okay. And again, it looks like they took for your employee response, whatever you said, it was recorded and they just pulled that recording and put it as your response. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And that's where we're talking about it. Not, it can't be a HIPAA violation. Um, I can definitely read this, and I know there's been questions about this, but is there anything about this conversation, or I guess specifically this statement, that's not accurate? Is this what, to the best of your recollection, this is what you said during that meeting?
Yes.
All right, and then um, so that is March of 2023. Do you have any other meetings after this?
Then it was the phone call from Eplet on 4/24,
All right.
23.
And that's the termination phone call.
Yes.
And there's been testimony. Eplet was the one that was talking, but Mr. Tony was also there.
Yes.
Did they let you know that he was there when she was talking to you?
Yes, she stated that um Eplet was in, or Tony was in the room with her.
And what do you remember her saying during that phone call?
We have come to a decision on your investigation. And I said, which one? Because there's been so many. And she said, the one that we're terminating you for. And she was laughing as she said it.
And did you say anything then after she made that comment and was laughing?
At the time, I had an attorney, and all I could do was like chuckle back and say, I can't wait to tell my attorney this, because I could not believe that they actually terminated me for that.
Was there anything else said during that meeting or that phone call, I should say, excuse me?
No, she claimed in my WERC hearing, and I know that's hearsay probably, so I won't even say it. But I think she asked if I wanted to come in and discuss it, and there was nothing to discuss, so I just hung up the phone.
Okay. All right. Trying to think if there's anything. Because like I said, I know I've seen a lot of exhibits. I'm trying to think if there's anything that I have questions for you about. Well, I know I got to find that email. There was an email yesterday that you showed Miss Fink where you used the word retaliation. You were asking her questions about that. Do you remember what document that was? Trying to see if I can find an email because it was an email I believe that you sent to Miss Fink.
Yes, and it would have been
Trying to see which I'm looking at your list to see if one of the names of the documents jogs my memory. Just see. Well, I guess what I'm trying to get at, I mean, you've presented comparators that were males, and I believe you're alleging that, they did far worse things and weren't terminated. I don't know that we have the individual's ages as it compared to you. Because you gave me your date of birth when I started questioning you, but I don't know if in fact I'm fairly certain I don't have the date of births or even an approximate age for the individuals that you think were treated better than you because they weren't terminated. So I guess we can kind of go through that if you have that information. Like I said, if you know their age, great. If it's an estimate, I guess at this point that would be fine as well. We talked about just a little while ago, Michalik. Do you know how old he is?
I would say he was mid-20s.
And what about Lofgren?
I would say he was probably a little bit older than I was. Same with Rex Smith.
Okay. He was old.
Kutkovsky.
Rex
Yeah,
Smith was
what?
a little bit older than you said?
Yep. Kutkovsky, I would say he was in his early 30s.
Okay.
And I know one person that really came to mind, and I did bring this up with ML Tony, was a female, Melody Miller, who is the young female who is late every single day.
She was younger than you?
Yes, she was mid-20s. And that was something that I mentioned um in throughout my investigatory, like my disciplinary interviews or statements that I was able to make when the whole night shift would be walking out. Here is this young female who was personally like partying with multiple male supervisors regularly, um posting pictures. There was times she'd be walking through the parking lot as we're getting to our vehicles, and we were supposed to be on our posts by 6:30. So all of us are leaving, and this female, so supervisors were aware of it.
It to the extent I know I made a standing objection, but I don't think any of that there's any documentation about that in the exhibits.
Well, and I guess that's what I was going to ask. Is that anything about that in any of your exhibits, Miss Ostrowski?
The disciplinary tracking documents, it shows the inconsistency of how absence violations were addressed. There would be someone with a 10th uh a, a 10th sick call would get a letter of expectation. Complainant got a day of suspension or uh written reprimand in lieu of a 3-day. um there was so much inconsistency in how the respondent administered these policies.
I mean, I guess I don't know that it makes a big difference, but I know you were just talking about those charts. Um, or because you mentioned Lofgren, Smith, Kutkowski, this Melody Miller. Are as far as you know, is there information listed on any of those charts? Like, I think it was your exhibit 20, 21, 22. I think it might have went up to like 26 or 27. We were going over charts with Miss Fink. I think it was yesterday. She said she created them to kind of show the discipline that individuals got each year, I think 2022, 2023. Do you know if those individuals that I just listed that you were just talking about, because there's no names on there, if those any of those entries refer to those individuals?
I wouldn't know the ages, like
Okay.
specifically, be able to identify which staff are which. Um, the few that I mentioned, uh, that I was aware of the serious misconduct with the male sergeants, those were similar age to me.
Okay. Uh anything else you want to any other information you want to share about like your claim for age discrimination? Because like I said, we talked a lot about comparators with the male versus female, so I think I got a good grip of what your argument is there. I'm just trying to make sure that we covered the age claim because like I said, I wasn't picking up on that too much during the witness testimony.
Yeah, and I don't know, like, where I think where the age comes in for me is I was terminated a day after my 50th birthday. So I was right at the point of the the average of an employee's 3 highest years is how pension is decided. So I was terminated right at that point where I would have had 3 years left to go. I would have had 30 years as of June 24th of this year. So I was terminated right at the point where my 3 last years would have been worked.
Okay.
So I think that that point um would support that none of those other staff were at that point of 3 years to the end of their career.
And and just to make record, I don't think there's any allegations about what, Ms. Irwin just stated.
About the 3 years.
Yeah, yeah,
And
Okay.
complainant also, I had emailed um Warden Cheryl Eplett requesting to start volunteering at institutions with the $5 add-on, and I was denied being able to do that.
that also is not in the complaint at all.
And I know there was some allegations that were dismissed because of the statute of limitations period. Um, so was that, I guess I just want to understand from you, um, Ms. Ostrowski, when you said that the $5 add-on, you were denied that. When did that happen?
I have that as complainant exhibit C52.
Let me bring that up and let's see, we can take a look at that. Just let me find it real quick. Okay, so this is C52. Let me share it on the screen. Okay, this looks to be an email chain between you and Miss Eplet, and it looks like it's occurring in February of 2023. It looks, let me just looks like the first email was sent. Oh, it looks like there's some emails here. Someone, Matthew Skinner, who is that?
Yep, I believe that's the lieutenant that I emailed asking about it. Or
Okay.
he emailed all the staff offering it, I believe.
It it has been requested that we once again take the vigil over for the KMCI. So that's what you're talking about. That's what he's
Yes,
referring to when you say a $5 add-on. It's a vigil at for KMCI. What is KMCI?
Kettle Moraine Correctional
Okay,
Institution.
okay. Oh yeah, because I see the last sentence in there. And once again, if you accept the vigil, you will be eligible for a $5 add-on.
Correct.
And then so that was sent February 9th to 2023 at 2:09 p.m. And it looks like at 7:35 p.m. you emailed Cheryl Eplet. Hi, Warden Eplet. I'd like to work at KMCI on my days off since they have to reach the vacancy threshold and OSCI has not. What does that mean?
That means that OSCI was um not at that the threshold is once staffing numbers drop below a certain number, then that becomes like hazard pay. A $5 add-on is given, like at the maximum security institutions, because they're some of them could be at like a 40% vacancy rate. So staff are having to work a lot more. They're getting the extra pay. So Oshkosh did not hit that threshold and KMCI did. So KMCI needed help covering their vigils.
Okay. And then she responds back to you on February 10th, 2023, 10:23 a.m. Good afternoon, Sergeant Ostrowski. This request has come up from several staff asking for various locations, and I appreciate your interest in assisting other sites. After much discussion, I've determined at this time not to support staff scheduling additional hours at another institution. With our vacancy rate, it is prudent to have staff working voluntary OT at OSCI. If this position changes, we will certainly let you and other interested staff know. So that's what you were saying, that was, she denied your request.
Correct.
It looks like she denied the request for everybody, though. Are you aware if anybody was allowed to do that?
After I was terminated, um, there were staff that were allowed to work at other institutions. And I even think that it might have been before I was terminated. I believe there were staff that were able to do like 2 week officers were able to do 2 week stints at Waupun.
Is there
I
any Yeah, I know you're gonna object, that's fine, we can have the objection on the record.
okay, thank you. Objection, it's not the complaints, not relevant.
Any other example, Miss Ostrowski, you wanna provide about age discrimination?
No, none that I can think of.
I want to get now into the last claim, which is that you opposed a discriminatory practice under the act, which is separate from filing a discrimination complaint. So, and that's why I was saying there was that email. I know we were talking to Ms. Fink about yesterday. You used the word retaliation. She said it was kind of like a buzzword, so she didn't do an investigation or anything like that. Are there any other emails? Let's start with like emails or documents that you have as evidence that show you making complaints about discrimination or retaliation.
Yes. Um, C-48.
All right,
Um,
let me bring that one up. 1 second.
and that was in, I believe this is a comparator to, um,
So this looks, if I'm looking at this, this looks like an email that you sent to Kevin Carr, November 10th, 2021. And I think there was testimony. Kevin Carr, was he had, he's not, is he the secretary or someone in like the secretary's office, or what was his
he
role?
was he was the secretary of the Department of Corrections. He resigned last, I think, 2024, possibly.
Okay. So you sent this email to him November 10th, 2021. Um, Could you just summarize as best you can what this email was about, maybe what was happening, and then why you sent this email to Mr. Carr?
Yes, I'm stating clearly in here, please can there be a survey put out to all DOC employees to get a feel for the level of harassment and retaliation there is in the DOC. I've been trying for years to get management here at OSCI to allow staff a support person when called into an office by a supervisor. For some reason, this is not allowed. Warden Eplett stated this is not customary. Security Director Tony states it is against his core belief. Secretary Carr, why in the world is any business, in any business setting, would it not be okay for there to be witnesses to conversations? I have emailed Governor Evers asking if an executive directive could be issued. And Governor Evers, just to go off this, um, Governor Evers, his reaction when I emailed him was to email the warden and have them discuss the issues with me. So here you can see that I was emailing this report of retaliation to Secretary Carr, and DAI Administrator Sarah Cooper stated that he is the one that made the final decision on my skipping progression to termination.
That was going to be my next question. If that was the secretary at your, okay.
I believe that's what Cooper had stated in her testimony. He was the DOC secretary, so he was in Madison, not at Oshkosh.
Okay. Any other documents that you have? I'm just looking and I see exhibit 50. I'm just looking at your letter, or excuse me, your exhibit list. Exhibit 50
Yep.
says complainant to Eplet 1, or excuse me, 11/121 regarding hostile conditions. I can bring
Yes.
that document up because it's, oops, let's see here.
I'm sorry, 51, did you say?
I believe it's exhibit 50. Let me see if I
Okay,
could.
sorry.
Nope, that's okay. Let me, oops, it looks like it's turned. Yes, so it does look like complainants exhibit 50. It's a one-page document, an email sent November 1st, 2021 to Cheryl Epplett with the subject, forward harassment and discrimination at OSCI. Um, it looks, although it's cut off, it looks like you sent an email in July of 2020 to Tanya Hasselberg, Kevin Carr, Governor Evers about harassment and discrimination. Is that what you were just talking about with Governor Evers? Or is
Yes.
this a different?
Yeah, there was several emails over the years that I had sent to him.
Okay. Um, and so this is again just an email to um Cheryl Epplett regarding hostile treatment from supervisors. Um, I mean, I can read the email, but is there any kind of anything you want to share about it or summarize and kind of tell me what was going on then?
There were um three three staff that were terminated. Two were terminated and one transferred. All three of those young females signed my unit to work with me in U building, and all three were terminated. Or the one was, she reported mistreatment from security director Tony, and she transferred out. And so basically, when staff like signed to work with me, they were targeted. So it got to the point where staff did not were there a lot of staff were not comfortable working with me because they knew that I was a target. And just like Lieutenant LeBron, Victor LeBron had stated, um he referred to me as litigious complaints, but he could not identify any specific complaints. And I perceive that as, because I won the settlement in 2015 from my ERD complaint, that I was labeled as litigious.
It- I
Do you
would
know
have,
if any? Yeah, I guess you can make an objection. Go ahead.
yeah, because I think that was all the preliminary investigation indicated all that stuff from 10 years ago was not going to come in.
Well, and I guess, do you even know that like Lieutenant LeBron would have known about your previous complaint and that you got a settlement for it?
Yes. Well, Jim Zannon was involved in it, and he got promoted after my settlement. So
It-
Jim Zannon, who we heard was under that serious investigation from Cheryl Epplett, um, he knew about it,
I-
and he not only nothing happened to him, but he got promoted.
I-
So I remained working with Jim Zannon from 2008 when I came to Oshkosh all the way up until he retired. Uh, February, I believe it was March 3rd officially, that was on that disciplinary routing sheet, that he retired.
Any other documents that you have that go to complaints that you made about discrimination, retaliation?
Can
I
you
think
still
I think we have everything pretty covered. C62, I guess C61 and C62 are involving Cooper, and I believe
Let me just get there. So C61, you said?
yeah, C61 is where Cooper asked Tony to provide her with a response to me.
Okay, so let me just take a look here. So C61 looks like it starts off with an email from you to Sarah Cooper, Robert Miller. Who is Robert Miller?
He was the security chief.
Okay, and Kevin Carr about security director Tony dismissing the sexual conduct masturbation conduct report from July 5th. And you're talking about how and then you're also talking about the conduct report that Lieutenant LeBron dismissed.
Yep, and actually it comes into this email where Lieutenant LeBron um stated, "Are you threatening me? This conversation is over." And then that's when I said, "This is getting very scary. What is it going to take to get something done here?"
And then after you send the email, Sarah Cooper responds back saying she's in receipt of the email and will respond later next week. And then that's when Sarah then emails Emil Tooney saying, I forgot to follow up on this until I received my reminder. Can you please draft a response? Do you have the response then? Is that one of the exhibits?
Um, the only thing I can think of is that he would have emailed her back, and she used that in her response to me.
Which was what?
Um, I believe it's C62, her response.
Where she's on July 29th, 2022, I review the information you provided below and agree with dismissal. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. Any other documents that go towards discrimination or harassment or a hostile work environment or anything like that?
I believe my below email is uh July 27th. I think, yeah, and that mentions Xanon,
Mm-hmm.
deleting the drafts that I mentioned, and then how are Eplet, Xanon, and
It looks like that's cut off then.
okay. But yeah, I believe that's sufficient.
Okay. Anything else you want to testify to, Miss Irwin, Miss Ostrowski?
Um, I think I think everything is covered pretty well.
All right. Attorney Zakar, do you have any questions for Miss Ostrowski?
um, so I don't know, are we gonna keep going or
How long do you think it's gonna take for you to do a cross-examination of her?
boy, um, I would say, oh my gosh, I would need at least an hour and a half.
Yeah, I don't know. That would put us at about 6:30, somewhere in
Oh,
there, it sounds like.
yeah,
Because we do have to come back. That's what I was saying. We do have
mhm,
to come back because you have two witnesses. So
mhm,
I guess I don't mind ending for today. I guess I can go through the exhibits. I still want to go through the exhibits with everybody as well because I think there's still some that um I did weren't officially moved into the record nor did I receive yet. So we can deal with that. And then we can look at our calendars to see like I was saying, I know next month I've got availability for hearing in March. Particularly the week of March 23rd. I don't have anything scheduled that week. So it sounds like we could probably get it everything done in one day. I'm assuming if we start attorneys at card, you would do your cross-examination of Miss Ostrowski, then you have two additional witnesses, and then if Miss Ostrowski has any rebuttal evidence, we would put that on. I think we would just need one more day. I don't know that we need more than that if you guys agree.
Yeah, that sounds great.
Do
Yes.
you have availability attorneys at card during the week of March 23rd?
Um, I I I can't remember. I have to look at my I'm sorry. And I think that I'm not sure. Boy, somebody gave me information about March, but I'm
Oh,
sorry.
your
Honestly, don't
witnesses, you mean?
and I don't even know what case it is on anymore. Let me see if I can find. Let me check. Um, are we still on the record?
Yeah, I guess I wanted to
Okay.
stay on the record, I guess, just to do the exhibits. So maybe we should do the exhibits and then we can go off the
Okay.
record and then we can talk about
Yeah,
the dates. So,
that,
um, I
that'd be
don't know if
helpful.
you guys have been keeping track of the exhibits. I know, like I said, I have, but every once in a while I might miss something. So I just want to make sure that I'm on the same page as everybody. So,
Mhm.
um, I'll start with Miss Ostrowski's exhibits first. I have that C1 and C2 were received into the record already. I see that we talked about C5. I think that was today, but that wasn't moved into the record. And I guess I can kind of show them, although attorneys at card, you can't
I,
see it anyway. I was gonna say I could show the
yeah.
documents on the screen if you need to be reminded about any of them. C5 was the rule that we were looking at as a related to the Laudermill procedure with, I think that was Miss Cooper. If you had any objections to my receiving C5 attorney's a card.
No, not to that one.
All right, so then that is received. I received complainants exhibit 6. I have complainants exhibit 8 I received. And I was gonna redact, I did notice that there was some names on C8 yesterday after the hearing, so I did go through. I saw 2 instances of a name there that I did cross out. Let me just see if I can find that one just so you guys know that. I can go with C. Oops, this is the wrong one. Let me see.
Oh, um,
Doesn't look right either. I thought I had, I guess it is C8 that I was looking at, not C6. So C6 I received. C8 is the one that I have a note here to redact names of individuals. But I think it was the latter page. Actually, no, that doesn't.
it,
Actually, yes. So on the page 2 of 3, um, I did cross out. There was a PIOC and the person's name. In that top part of page 2 of 3 of Exhibit C8. I think that's what we were talking about with regards to redaction of names. So I did just kind of do a cross out of those that name. I didn't see any other names that weren't redacted for inmates, the
mhm.
PIOCs. So I just wanted to bring your attention to that and that I did, according to my notes, I did receive that document into evidence. The next couple exhibits, C9, C10, C11, and C12, I don't believe I've received into evidence yet.
Yeah,
Um,
that would have been C12 and C13. Those were both the shower rounds reminders.
Okay, yeah, I'm looking at
Oh,
that now. Um, attorneys at card for C9 through C13. Any objections to those exhibits?
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
It C9, you said C9 and C13?
All of them through. So C9,
Oh,
C10. Actually, I think you might have made objections to
yeah, I
C10 and
did.
C11. So
I
I think
did.
I think I received those already, or I will receive those. C9, C12, 13. Actually, I'm looking now, 14, 15. I don't think I've received either, but I have them marked.
Yes, and those were mentioned.
So I guess we could start
I-
with C9.
Yeah. Okay, so C9, um, I don't have an objection to that one.
Okay.
I would still maintain my objections on C10 and C11
Okay.
on hearsay.
Yep.
And then C12 and 13,
Mm-hmm.
I I'm sorry, I can't remember if these were introduced through Mr. Tony or through Ms. Ostrowski.
Through
If
me, I believe.
Yeah, I think so. I think they
okay,
were through her because I
okay.
have them noted for yesterday. So,
I,
it would have been
I
one of the witnesses yesterday, I think.
okay, so um I would object to their entry um in terms of hearsay concerns. Um
Okay. I'll receive them, but I'll note the hearsay objections. Then I have 13 or actually 14 and 15, would it be then? That was 12 and 13, 14 and 15. Did you have any objections to those?
I'm sorry. You said 14? I'm
14,
sorry.
yep, 14 and
Okay, it's
15.
okay. Uh 14, uh I I would just note an objection for hearsay because I don't know who wrote that.
Okay,
In I've lost my spot and you said 15.
yep,
15, I don't have an objection to that.
okay. So I'll receive 14 and 15, and 14, I'll note your hearsay objection. Let's see here. I think the next bunch I have already received, I have 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, all the way down to 26. I've received all of those yesterday into evidence, and I know there
Okay,
were objections, but those were noted and
okay.
received. 27, I think might be the next one that I didn't receive yet, but let me just double check that one. Actually, I might have received 27. Oh, excuse me, that's 28. Yeah, 27 I would have received as well, because that's the last page of those charts. So I must have received that one already because I think we did those all at the same time.
Okay,
Um, 28 was the termination letter. I think I received that already. So then the next one would be Exhibit 29, which was a pre-discipline. It says here pre-discipline mitigating factors. Oh, that's the pre-disciplinary meeting report. Did you have any objections to that, Attorney Sicard?
I'm sorry, let me look at it. Is
Mm-hmm.
oh, uh, 29, right?
Yes.
No,
All right.
actually, oh, I'm so sorry, but I'm just trying to recall. It one. I'm sorry. Because I would enter an objection that it's hearsay.
Great. I'll note the objection, but I'll
Okay.
receive it. I don't believe we discussed Exhibit 30. But then we discussed Exhibit 31 and 32, and I believe I already received Exhibit 32, but not 31. So let me look at that.
31 is that I have an issue with this one because I think I think it's actually a respondent's exhibit, but this particular C31 I think are two separate documents.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So
Yeah.
it looks like the first page is the final conclusion page, but then there's a second page that it looks like it might be from some kind of meeting because it says close the meeting by reviewing the following with the employee.
Mhm.
Do you see that, Miss Ostrowski, on
I
exhibit?
do. I
Oh,
actually think that that's the third page of C19. And I have that in C19 already, so that must have just gotten tacked on to the back of that.
Okay.
so then
It's
should we just consider for exhibit C31 this first page here that says final conclusions?
Yes.
Okay.
And C30, I believe we brought that up with Ms. Fink.
Yeah, I know we brought it up. I'm fairly certain that we brought it up. Oh, C30 you said we brought up with Miss Fink?
Yep.
Yeah, you know what? We might have. Let me just see here because I had it in a couple different spots. Um, okay. I guess let's go back to C30. Attorney Zakar, did you have any objections to my receiving C30?
oops. C30. Oh,
That's an email
sorry. Yeah,
from
I was sorry. I I have two copies here. So I was confused about. No objection.
Okay, so I'll receive complainants exhibit C30, C31, where it's just that first page then of the final conclusions. Did you have any objections then, Attorney Sakar, to just receiving that first page of C31?
I I do have it's R14.
Okay.
So I would prefer that we used that one just because it's the complete copy.
And I think I might have received that one already. Yeah, I did receive
Okay.
R14 already.
Okay.
To C32, I think I have here. Let's just go there. Oh, that was the Rexford Smith um involuntary demotion letter. I know we talked about that one. Any
Yep.
objections? I think you might have made objections yesterday. Now that I'm looking at my notes,
Yes.
Attorney Zakard,
Okay.
I think you had objections to hearsay, lack of foundation, relevancy.
Mhm.
I'll receive it. I'll note. I know there's been a lot of testimony about it. I'll note your objections for the record. Um, I don't think, Miss Ostrowski, you had anybody or had any testimony about exhibits 33, 34, and 35. Is that correct?
I have a C34 marked as that it was entered in.
Let me just
So
see here.
I believe it may have came up with Fink.
I don't remember, but Attorney Zakard, would you have any objections to me receiving exhibit C34?
Oops. I would still just no to hearsay objection, but other
Okay.
than that,
Okay, I'll receive it then, noting your objection. I have 36 and 37. I believe I received 36 already. I'm not sure about 37. Let me just
oops.
look at those. 36. Yeah, I think I received exhibit 36 into the record yesterday. I'm looking at here. I think you had a hearsay objection to it, Attorney
Yes,
Zacard.
yes.
But 37, I don't think I asked you about yet. So 37. Oh, that's the disciplinary action routing form. Did you have
Mhm.
any objections to that one?
No,
All right, so then 37 is received. Ms. Ostrowski, I don't believe you had introduced 38 and 39, did you?
I do not think so. Would I be able to enter those in, or do they have to be referenced?
Well, I mean, it's always good to have them referenced. I mean, what are those documents before I say something? Let me just bring them up here. 38 looks like a performance planning and development report for you. Is that correct?
Yeah, I believe we addressed this with a witness because I thought the comment had come up.
I don't
I
remember that at all.
we did not.
Okay.
It may have been addressed in a different hearing.
Yep, it probably was in the last hearing. So, yep, that's fine.
Okay, and what about you? Did you say C39 you were looking at as well to introduce?
No, C40 was the next one.
Yep, I have C40. I think Attorney Sicard, you made an objection just because it occurred after um Ms. Ostrowski had already been terminated, and then you also objected to it not being a document from the Department of Corrections. Did you have any other objections that you
Ye-
wanted to raise?
I guess if I just a hearsay objection.
All right. I'll note those objections, but I'll receive the document into the record. Let's see here. 41 and 42, I don't believe I've received yet, but we have talked about them. If you have objections, attorneys at card 41 appears to be the investigatory interview document for Ms. Ostrowski. I
That
know
was
there was,
that was Cheryl Epplett.
I was gonna say, I remember you asking Cheryl Uplet questions about her questions and answers to that.
Correct. Yep.
Any objections, Attorney Zacard?
I would not have an objection subject to anything that wasn't discussed on during testimony. So I
Okay.
guess
And I think that's probably fair because that, quite honestly, would be what I'm looking at is what which questions you guys addressed with her. So that's fine. C42 is what is that document? Um, Email. I don't remember. I have it noted here. We must have talked about it. Um,
yeah,
any objections?
I don't remember if we talked about both pages, but um I do not have an objection to the um page one.
Okay. I'll receive it, noting your objection, or your non-objection, I should say. Um, 43, I believe I received already. 44, I have not received, although I do have that we talked about exhibit 44.
Yes, and I have it marked that it was entered in.
Let me check my oh 44. I don't have any notes about it.
Yeah, I don't remember who we talked to. We talked to someone about it yesterday. It was
Yes.
either, but I don't remember if it was Fink or if it was Cheryl Eplet. My guess is probably Cheryl because her name is on here.
Yep, correct.
Any objections, Attorney
it,
Zacard?
it, there's so many um, documents at this point. At the end of the day, I thought that part of this was in another, um, another exhibit, which I think is in, but I guess I would object to it because there was no testimony on it specifically if there's another copy.
All right, well, I'll double check. I'm pretty sure we did have testimony about it, so I'll receive the document, but I can always double check.
Okay.
45, did you have any objections to Exhibit 45, which is another email, I believe we talked about yesterday between Cheryl Eplett. We
I
might have, this might be part of another exhibit as well, now that I'm looking at it, that
Mhm.
it kind of looks familiar, but did you have any objections to this exhibit C45?
Oops. I don't believe so.
Okay. I see, I'll receive C45 then. I see that I already received C46 and C47. I know Attorney Zacard, you made some objections to hearsay and relevancy to both of those exhibits, but I did receive them. 48, I don't believe I received yet. I believe there's been testimony about it. I just haven't received it yet. So did you have any objections to Exhibit C48? That might have been one that we just kind of went
Yeah.
over.
Yep,
Mhm.
it is.
Any objections, Attorney Zacard?
Um, not to the receipt of the document itself.
Okay, so I'll receive that. I don't believe we did C49 though, Ms. Ostrowski, is that correct?
It never came up as an exhibit, but I did reference the 100% and false rumors. But I
Okay,
understand.
okay. C50, 51, and 52, I think those just came up today. If there's any objections, Attorney Zacard, to 51, 52, or 53.
Oops.
Actually,
I
50, 51, or 52. That's the three that I
50,
have.
oh, 50, 51, 52.
Yes.
I do not have an objection to C52, but
Okay.
C51 I would object to because of hearsay. And
Okay.
then 50, I do not have an objection to, although I feel like it was in another exhibit.
Okay. I'll receive all three, and with 51, I'll note your hearsay objection. Then Miss Ostrowski, I don't have any exhibits until we get down to Exhibit 61.
Yep, that's what I have.
Okay, 61 and 62. Attorney Zacard, any objections to those?
Let me just see here. I, you said 61?
Yes, and 62.
I 61, I don't have an objection to,
Okay.
but I would object to 62. Um, is I'm not sure that there was testimony about all of it.
Okay. I think
It,
I think that
and
was what
I'm
I was just
sorry.
asking Miss Zacard, or excuse me, Miss Ostrowski about was six. Actually, no, I'm not sure, but I
Yeah.
thought that was one that we were talking about
Okay.
recently.
Yep.
Let me just see here. Okay. I just want to double check it. I don't have an objection to it.
All right, so then I'll receive 61 and 62. And then 63, I know there was that discussion of maybe pulling that page from C18 I didn't really separate them out. I just kind of kept it all C18.
Okay.
Um, so then the next one I have is C64, which is an adult conduct report. Is this? I'm not sure who this one was. Oh, this was the one of the conduct reports you created, I believe,
Yep,
Miss
for LeBron.
Ostrowski.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, it's not.
Oh no,
um,
that's Tony. That's the masturbation ticket.
Right, right.
I did no objection.
Okay, so then C64 is received. I don't believe there was discussion about C65. And then the next one I have is C66. That was the one regarding LeBron. Let's see here.
I have C65 as entered in the social media policy.
Yeah, I don't remember having that. Let me just double check. I don't remember anybody testifying about the social media policy. I
I
mean, if
thought
there's
it was partnered with C6 with Tracy Fink when we were going through the social media posts.
Do you have any
Y-
objections, Attorney
No,
Zacard, if I receive C65?
no.
All right, I'll just receive it then. And then C66, that was that conduct report. Did you have objections to the conduct report, Attorney Zacard?
No.
All right, so that's received. 67, I don't believe there was testimony about Miss Ostrowski.
I thought there was. Um,
I think it might have been part of something else now that I'm looking at it. Maybe I'm wrong.
yeah.
I mean, um,
Yeah, this was the horizontal page. Um, I don't I don't know if this got introduced
Yeah, I
because it's
don't.
the same bottom email. This one just has another employee's response on the top.
Yeah, I don't think it was introduced.
yeah,
This
I
could.
think, yeah, I think it was through that other exhibit that we were looking at your email and LeBron's email. So it's probably best just to stick with what that one already, because that's the one that the witnesses were testifying about.
Okay.
C68, any objections, Attorney Sicard, to my receiving C68?
No.
All right, so I'll receive C68.
And just to clarify, sorry. Um, I would just enter an objection regarding any hearsay that wasn't testified to in the document.
Okay. I'll note that objection. I
Thank
think
you.
those were the last of the documents that I had for you, Ms. Ostrowski.
Yes, that's what I have here as well.
Okay,
What do we do about the video transcripts?
I thought during our pre-hearing conference, Miss Keither said she was gonna have those transcribed and then provided to us.
Correct. So they are listed there. They are for purposes of brief, and they are in process of being transcribed and will be referenced accordingly in final brief.
Okay, yeah, if you, whenever they're in final format, if you can just get them to us, Miss Keither, that's fine.
The only thing there is a caveat to this. I know that me and Cindy requested the videos, and they were sliced and given to us for download by the DWD.
Mhm.
And then I noticed that Mr. Ross, on behalf of attorneys at Card and the DOC, requested them as well. Now, my only concern is I do not know if the way the DWD edited the various files, if they're going to line up or not. You know, I can't verify that. I don't know. I only have what was given to me.
Okay.
And so, yeah, I don't know how you guys generally do that with that being the official transcript. But I mean, I can pull quotes. That's very easy to do, but I might not be able to give the same time marker that Attorney Zacard has in her files. I have no way of knowing.
Yeah, I mean, my understanding, and I don't know how it's sent to you guys other than it goes through the WeBox, but my understanding is like when I get a recording, I download it. Um, I don't know. I guess I've just always been under the impression that whatever the recording is that we download, that recording is sent to anybody regardless. But I understand what you're saying because it could be if the file is too large, there might be something different. I don't know either.
There
Um,
are multiple parts. Yes,
right.
that's where the issue is, I think, that I don't know if the parts I received are the same as the multiple parts she's received because yes, they're just too big to send as a continuous file.
Right, and that's gonna happen for this case as well if you guys request copies of the recordings. Like, I even noticed yesterday, there was one, I think it was the first recording I had. I did not stop it for, like, 3 or 4 hours. Like, we went through all of the testimony, and I noticed because according to my records, I had 3 recordings for yesterday, and it split that first one up and made its own recording. So yeah, I think once we download it, there shouldn't be any kind of um manipulation on our end. So I think you guys should have the same recordings, but again, I don't know because I've never I only see what I download. And like I said, I can see that there's multiple recordings for things that I do, but how that is actually provided to you guys, I don't know.
Sure. And I guess I would say, and hopefully attorneys at card could agree that this might be a remedy that's acceptable, but I will attempt to use, direct quotes whenever, and we are going to be limited. We know of a few that we are pulling out, so it's not going to be a huge portion of what we cite, but I will use the, you know, produced written transcript and I will do my best to cite day and time and witness so that we can at least get a general sense where if there's a dispute that exists we have a good marking to go and I can even do further digging if we find out there's something that needs to be synced, but
It,
that's really the best I can do, I think, at this point.
it, so just speaking to that in and of itself, I mean, I know that there's going to be issues in terms of like when somebody started saying something, if you're going to quote like it, 3 minutes, 52 seconds, I understand that. Um, i- if it's in the ballpark, that's fine. I don't have an issue with that. Um, I do have concerns about quoting from that record into this record because I want to ensure that we're not just taking the information from the previous hearing that's still going on and just trying to put it into this hearing when the evidence is supposed to be brought within this hearing per the complainant's
Well, the
request. So I think this might be an issue for another day, or I have to look at our notes from the last hearing. But I mean, in terms of the logistics of citing to the record, I understand that they're not going to be perfect.
Okay, and I think the best thing would be we'll have a much better sense of when both of the hearings end. Um, right now they're both ongoing, so we're not even close to the, final brief at this point. So I think we can definitely work through whatever issues might exist there. And Miss Ostrowski, we will cite what we need to cite, and we'll verify things as best we can with everybody to make sure that it's acceptable. That's the best we can do.
Okay. Before I let you guys go, I just want to make sure, because those were the complainants exhibits. I do have some of the respondents exhibits. Some of them we talked about yesterday, and Miss Ostrowski, you did not object to them, but then there was some today that came up. The first 7 exhibits of respondent are 1, are 2, are 3, are 4, 5, 6, and 7. The different executive directors and the human resources policies. Did you have any objections, Ms. Ostrowski, to my receiving those exhibits?
No, Deb, do you have any objections?
No, I don't. And as a matter of fact, I mean, I know we probably have to go through each thing, but I was just going to message Mrs. Strowski and check with her. I don't recall us raising any objections to any of the actual documents that were on the list. I know we even used a few, but
Mm-hmm.
I imagine you still have to go through them. But
Yeah, there's
I
not
don't know.
that many because there was the first R1 through R7. Yesterday, I received R11 and R13. And then there's R31, and then R34 and R40 I received yesterday. So I guess the only other one would be R31. Sure what that is. Let's see here. Oh, it's this one right here. The email from Cindy to the legislative service. Did you have any objections to my receiving that exhibit?
I'm deferring to Cindy. I don't believe so, but if she's verified, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
Cindy, can you chime in here, please? Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
All right.
That's an important one.
All right. So
Right.
then
Okay. I figured. Yeah.
so those are all the exhibits then for the respondent. Like I said, it was R1 through 7, 11, actually now I can't see it. 11, 13, 31, 34, and 40. So all of those have been received then at this point. Those were the only ones that I had noted. Attorney Zakar, did you see that I missed any of your exhibits?
I don't believe so.
All right. So with that, then I think we can go off the record. Let me just stop all this sharing and stop the recording. Um, I know I was hoping to um get some I was hoping we could agree on a date for the continued hearing, but maybe you guys need to look at your schedules. And it sounds like Attorney Sicard, you needed to double check with the 2 witnesses that you
Yes,
planned on to make sure. So why don't you get back to me like in the next few days? Like I said, the week of March 23rd, I'm completely open. That would work for me. Let me see here. Next week is bad. I can't do anything next week. I could, no, that's not going to work either. I've got a couple hearings the following 2 weeks, so
okay.
I could maybe do something if it works for people. Because again, just to kind of get it done, um, my only concern is we push things out too far. We tend to forget what the witnesses said, and then it just kind of can get into an issue where it takes even longer to kind of finish. So if we had to, I could do it March 9th and 10th. Uh the March 20th, which is a Friday, and then the week of March 23rd. So hopefully there'll be a day in there that works for everybody. If not, then we can look into April, although my April is pretty busy. So that's even going to be harder to kind of find time in April, May. I mean, I just don't want to push it that far out. So hopefully those days in March will work. Um,
That sounds like a good plan. I know if Attorney Zacard can keep the witnesses in mind first, then we will do our very best to make ourselves available on the same day that they are also available.
okay. Yeah, Attorney Zaccar, do you think you could probably check by the end of this week and just let us know if those one of those March dates work for you and your witnesses?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. I'll follow if I don't hear from you like in a week, I'll follow up just so that we don't
Okay,
forget about it. I'll put a little um reminder for myself
okay,
to try to get it scheduled sometime in the next few weeks then.
okay, thank you.
Anything else from anybody before I let everybody go?
No, thank
No,
you.
All
thank
right.
you.
Well,
No,
thank
thank you
you
very
as
much for
well.
your time.
Yeah, thank you as
Okay.
well. Talk to everybody in a little bit. Thank you.
All right.
Thank
All
you.
Yep.
right,
Bye.
everybody take
Bye.
care.
You
Bye bye.
too.
You
Have a
too.
nice evening.
Bye.
Bye
Bye.
now.